Okay, we are live on day 7 of making game in 10 days. But before starting, we are going to be, I'm going to be checking if everything's working correctly. Because if you can recall from the last stream, we were having some problems with the connection of, I think it was my Wi Fi connection or my internet connection. So we had to restart stream 6 or day 6, and it was divided in two parts. So I don't want that to happen again. So I'm just going to check some settings here if everything's working as it should. And for now, it seems like it is working, but I still want to make sure everything is just okay. So yeah, let me just check for a second here. And while I check this, I'm going to be opening the project. Came in 10 days, so it loads while I'm changing these settings. Okay, so here it's okay. And maybe I can change this setting to apply. Okay. Let's see if this is better. Because I have an error, or yeah, here on YouTube I have an error and says, please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently, keyframes are not being sent often enough, which can cause buffering. The current keyframe frequency is 8.3. Okay, so I'm just going to change the settings while this loads. Yeah, here. And here I'm going to do the same. Okay, it loaded. So I have to check too, what are we going to do today? Because some of the tasks that we signed yesterday, or well, the past stream on Saturday, where it is redesigning the UI, animating the bat, and balancing. That's our last task for the game, so this should be in this order. And we also have to fill the game use list. So basically, fill lists on here on the to do that are related to game use or feedback that you should receive from your actions. So basically, that everything looks and feels great. Yeah, let me change this. Keyframe interval. Let's change this to 2. Settings. Hit rate. Okay. And here I'm going to do the same. Okay, so I hope that now everything is everything's better than the previous stream, and you can see me like without lag, or and you can hear me correctly, because past stream it was a nightmare. Okay, so let me just see if these changes were applied, and they seem like they were applied. I'm going to check if I have problems on YouTube here, and yeah, I think everything is okay for now. Settings. Yeah, everything's okay. And let me know if you have problems hearing me, or if the stream is getting laggy, because the only input that I have now is you telling me what's happening. So I'm going to hydrate real quick, and we are going to do this about filling the game use list and all this stuff. Thank you, Argon, for saying me all good. And welcome to another stream, Argon. I'm so thrilled to have you here for another day of game development, day 7. So we have today, we have tomorrow, the day past, the day after tomorrow, and Thursday. So 4 days. I think we are on a good path because this is what we have right now. Okay, so we were doing the UI, and we have the functionality for the UI. So we are going to be redesigning this, but maybe we can prioritize making the game funnier. Or Damien plays connected. Hi, how has it been? I got an AI to make a song for me, Blue Titan Gunman song. It's on your YouTube. That's cool. That's super cool that you made a song with AI. It's been doing. I've been doing pretty well. We just started the stream. Yesterday, I just took a break. I had to go boat because we are on boating period on my country. So yeah, I just had to take my break to go and boat. It's okay. It wasn't actually uh, that of a hassle. So today we are going to be yeah, I'm just going to try if this is working, and yeah, it seems like it is, just like we left it the past time. Nothing broke. And yeah, what do I want to change here? So yeah, basically here on Demon's Place says good luck with your game. Thank you very much, Damien Place. It's a nice message from you. And you say my units cost money now. Place on my friend's tower defense. I love the game. That's so cool that it's all going good on your game. So yeah, we have some problems on UI scaling in here. Maybe we can solve them right now. So yeah, let's just go to our task for today was like to redesign the UI, animate the bot, fill game use list, and make a testing build. So first, I think I want to fill the game use list. Making a testing build is going to be for the end of the stream. Your game is looking good though. Thank you. It's going to look a lot better when I make when I put the things for basically the game use, or the feedback for your actions. And yeah, so this is going to be the last task of the stream. So you have something to play today, and you can give me feedback on yeah, you can give me feedback on how the game is looking and feeling. Demon Play says, "Congrats on 300 subs." Yeah, thank you very much. We were like last week we were like 110 people here, and in a week or maybe 10 days, we are 300 already. So it's pretty weird, and it's super awesome that we are growing like that. So yeah, thank you very much, Daniel Place, for reminding me of that awesome milestone. Okay, so here I'm going to just say, Damien Place says, "Do you know what Skibidi Toilet is?" Yeah, like I've seen I've seen some of these shorts and stuff about Skibidi Toilet, or yeah, the cameramans, I think something like that. But I don't know anything else about it. Like I thought it was pretty weird when I first saw it, and it didn't have like a lot of context, but it's super popular. You made your own version called Skibidi Share. That's like brain rot at its finest. Okay, so I'm going to fill the game use list here. Gunman. Swordman. What? Needleman. What are you talking about? Okay, so here. Uh, Arjun says, "Why didn't you stream yesterday?" Oh, because I'm going to be streaming. I'm just not sure where when I'm going to stream because first when I first started streaming, I thought maybe I can stream 5 days a week, like 3 days 5 hours and 2 days 9 hours. But I think that 9 hours it's a bit too much for me, or at least for now, because I'm just starting and like at the end of my streams, my voice is all messed up. So yeah, I'm going to stick with 5 hours, but 6 days a week. So basically, it's not going to be like yeah, it's going to be like Monday through Saturday, and I'm going to take my Sunday off because otherwise I'm going to burn out, and it's not going to be great for you, and it's not going to be great for me. So yeah, that's why I'm doing Monday through Saturday. So it's a little bit like I have a day at least that I can do something that's not working, or focus. I have fun while I'm here, but that doesn't mean that this is not working because I'm still like working on my games, and after that, streaming is not all that I do in a day. So basically, you can see I'm going to show you my calendar here. Calendar. So yeah, streaming is just a little part of my day because this is my streaming here, and you can see that after lunch, after I have lunch, like 1 hour and a half, and then this week I'm going to be studying, but next week you can see I'm going to be editing videos after that, and then I have to do my workout, and when I finish my workout, I'm going to try and do some shorts because I'm still experimenting with those, and I don't have a lot of time, so I have to go to sleep early so I can go and stream tomorrow. And yeah, the only time that I have like for me or uh, for relaxing, it's my Sunday. So I want to keep that. What I'm studying currently making or following multiplayer course. So I don't want to give you hopes of me making a multiplayer game right now because it's a little bit more time consuming. So I want to make some simple stuff first, and we'll see if I make something multiplayer that we can play. Uh, yeah, together. Yeah, but that's what I'm studying. And okay, let's go back to our tasks for today because we've spoken like 20 minutes and we have done nothing. So yeah, what I want to do is yeah, so I need feedback for I'm going to put a bullet list here, and yeah, one thing with making games is it takes times. Yeah, all right. Okay, so first thing I want to make give feedback for uh, firing, projectile impact. So I want this to be like screen shakes is like the most common thing on projectile impact. Maybe I can reuse the code for that I used on my previous game. What else? I want feedback for enemies death. I want feedback for uh, player player hit, enemy hit, enemy hit. I want feedback for I want something more yeah, feedback for let's see, UI timer, or yeah, I think the UI timer is not going to be needed for now. But what's going to be needed is going to be the experience UI. So I want this to have some animations or something. What else? Maybe we can have some more stuff for. Let's play the game a little and see what needs some game use, and we can also expand that later, like the list later. But for now, I just want to make some or put some things here or there rather, so we can go and try to make those. So yeah, we have firing, we have the impact, we have the enemy's hit, the enemy's death. This screen needs some. Yeah, this screen, the upgrade screen, needs some. Damon Place says Heya. So okay. Goodbye, Damon, and hope I can see you next stream or maybe later today. Okay, so I need some more game use for the upgrade screen. Might see you later. Okay, I'm going to be here like for 4 hours and a half more, so you're welcome to join whenever you want and can. Okay, upgrade screen, and I'm going to say here too for selecting an upgrade. So maybe some animations for when you select the upgrade, and maybe another animation for the screen popping. The screen opening. Okay, so that's it for now, and I'm just going to. I already filled this list, so I need to now make this some tasks here. So I'm going to add here game use, firing or shooting, and it's going to be programming. I'm going to say here projectile impact, also game use, projectile impact, it's going to be art, because we have to do some particles on Unity and programming. And let's see what's next. Enemy hit, game use, enemy hit. So it's going to be Unity art, UI. No, it's not UI. Unity art and programming maybe. Because we are detecting the hit on on code. And let's see what's the next. Enemy's death. So game use, or let's say elimination. Enemy elimination. And these are going to be on Unity, programming, and art. Just another guy. You're welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is day 7 of making game in 10 days. And you say, sorry, I've been gone for a few days. Don't worry, it's all okay. We are doing pretty good progress on our game on 10 days. This is day 7. We have today and 3 days more to finish this game. And I'm going to show you real quick what this is looking like. It's so good to have you here again. I'm just going to show you what we have until at this point. So basically, we are a turret on the center of the screen, and we are shooting to some enemies that are going to come from all the sides. So yeah, you can see that here you have different bullet types that you can unlock here. This is kind of bugged because it's the scales are not correct, but basically this is an upgrade screen. that allows you to upgrade your turret or the turret that you have below you. And the way you get this upgrade screen is by filling the bar here, basically just eliminating a set amount of enemies, and you're going to get this screen for your upgrades. And basically you can here select, there are 8 abilities in the game, and these are going to be shuffled when this screen opens. And you can pick, for example, explosive projectiles, and that's going to be you're going to have higher chances of firing an explosive projectile next time you fire. And you can see here you have a color that indicates what's the next projectile that you're going to fire. And all these projectiles have different effects, and the probabilities or these upgrades are stackable. So you can select an upgrade multiple times, and it's going to stack. So maybe we have to put a visualizer here on visualizer for how many times you have picked an upgrade. And what we are doing now is so this is going to be UI programming. Yeah. And basically what we're doing now is I just filled a game use list, and we are adding some tasks for making those. And you say, okay, that's all looking awesome. Great job. Thank you very much. I hope I can make or finish this game in 10 days. But I think I'm going to be able to do it because we are on a good path. And yeah, today I plan on making a build of the game so you can play, or everyone that's following the streams. I thank you. Everyone that's following the streams can play test the game and say what they think about it, and we can change some things based on the feedback that you gave me. Okay, so we have enemy elimination here, and it's going to be, yeah, here, enemy's death, basically the same. Player hit needs some game use. Player hit, and this is going to be art, Unity, and programming too, because we're going to make game tester. So maybe the game's not to be too complete, but you can play test it early, so you can say whatever you think about the game to me. And maybe if you can come up with some ideas, we have in Notion here some ideas that we are going to try to implement as much as we can once we finish the main game. So basically, maybe on day 9 or when we finish the game. You're excited? I'm excited to be able to make this with all of the people that are here, and with you, so you can test this game, and we can make a better game together. So yeah, enemies hit, player hit, it's going to need some game use too. Experience UI, experience on the UI, so game use here, it's here, experience on the UI. It is going to be UI, art, and programming. Well, it's going to be Unit 2, so basically everything but audio. And here we have 2 more, upgrade screen. So game use here, Great. Quick question, I don't want to distract you, but what do you plan on doing after this challenge? Also, no, it's not no distraction. Maybe I should like set a timer for when I am speaking with you or something, and when I'm working. But for now, it's okay. We're just testing, and it's a pretty simple game, so I can allow, or I can afford myself to be distracted for a while. So it's no big deal. So yeah, I'm going to be participating in Game Off. Game Off is a game jam. It's a 1 month long game jam. And yeah, that's basically what we were doing a game, or what we are why we are doing a game in 10 days. because I didn't want to wait just 10 days doing nothing and waiting for this game jam to start. So instead, I just made this challenge for me for making game in 10 days before this starts. So that's why we have to end or finish this game in 10 days, because it's going to be starting in 4 days. So basically, we have until Thursday, and it's going to be starting on November 1st. Yeah, very impatient of me. But that's so that way we have something in between, and it's not like really empty. And yeah, and we also have like the say I'm excited to follow it. Oh man, thank you very much. It's going to be a month of game dev, so I'm not sure how I'm going to pull that off, but it's going to be pretty interesting. So yeah, we are going to be streaming for a month, or yeah, just 5 to 6 days a week, because I'm still seeing how I'm going to handle my schedules. But at least we're going to be having 20 days of stream that month. Okay, so here I'm going to just fill the things that we still need here, and if you stay consistent and determined, I'm sure you can do it. I will stay consistent, and determination is not going to be something that I am going to lack. So you can see, or you can join me for so you can see the progress that we make on that game jam, and hopefully we can win that, because I'm not a competitive guy, but I still want to put my best work there and see if we can win it. And there are like 4,000 people there, but I still think we have a chance. Okay, so this is programming. Woohoo, 20 days! Yeah, that's going to be fun, so fun. So upgrade here is going to be, yeah, for this upgrade screen animation. So basically it's going to be art and programming. Yes, we'll win. I'll shut up and then and just watch now. You just feel free to comment. It's okay again. But yeah, we have to concentrate so we can make this and we can finish this challenge. Okay, so this is art programming, and this is UI too. So yeah, and we have some other tasks here. So experience UI and upgrade screen, and selecting an upgrade. Selecting an upgrade is going to be game use here. Selecting upgrade, and this is going to be UI art programming. Okay, so we have the game use list finished, and I am not going to pass this to do or this task, or I'm not going to put it on doing or done, because it was just like a reminder to add all of these tasks. And let's start with shooting. So game use for shooting. So basically for shooting, I want screen check. That's the basics of feedback for shooting, and there could be an animation too, but we'll see once we have the screen check, we'll see what we do, and maybe we can add some sounds. But that's going to be for maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So yeah, let's go to our main scene, because this is our main menu. So main prototype scene here, and yeah, how do we add some screen check? Basically, we're going to be going on our camera here. This is our main camera, and I can add noise. Somewhere I can add noise. So here, add a component, maybe. Do I have a noise component here? I've done this a couple of times already, like doing some yeah, some noise or a screen check for the camera, but I always like forget what's the what's the component that I need. So here maybe it's on our virtual camera, because do we have a virtual camera here? I don't think so. Maybe we can add on Windows package manager, and we can search on Unity registry and Cinemachine. So Cinemachine is a pretty cool package, or yeah, it's like an add-on or an asset that it's made by Unity, I think, and it has some pretty cool stuff that you can do with cameras here, and putting virtual cameras and swapping between cameras and all that fun stuff. So let me just yeah, this is loading, and it loaded, and now I think we should be able to create a yeah, Cinemachine. We have some different options here for Cinemachine. So maybe I'm just going to create a virtual camera here, Cinemachine virtual camera, and I'm going to call this VC1, and I'm going to put it below our camera, and this is basically going to control it's going to control our camera. So I'm just going to put the same values. I'm going to copy or transform here, copy here, position, well, world transform, or all the component, and I'm going to paste it here, paste component values, and it's not pasting it. Let's see, why is it not pasting it? Maybe I can go one for one, and I remember that we were somewhere like 16 here, like of height, and 0 here. So why are we not seeing our player? Maybe because we are not pointing at it, but let's see. This is our main camera, so let's just focus to our main camera and activate our gizmos so we can see where we're pointing at. And yeah, and we are not pointing at it because of our rotation. So we are going to change our rotation here, and it's going to be 90 degrees. So we are facing from top down. And that's that didn't change anything for our game. It's just we are controlling our camera with a virtual camera now, and that allows us to have something here that's called noise. Somewhere here we have noise. So let's see, I'm just going to search for that, and maybe we can search, oh yeah, here on noise, and I'm going to add a basic multi-channel Berlin. That's basically just noise, and our noise profile is going to be we can try a lot of these shakes, but for now I'm going to use the 6D or 6-dimensional shake, and we can control our amplitude gain here and frequency gain here. So if I press play, you're going to see that that's going to shake quite a lot. So you can see that all of it is shaking. But for now, yeah, so for our screen shake, we're going to be controlling these two things here, on here. So basically our amplitude gain and frequency gain. And yeah, let's go back to our code. So where do I want to change this amplitude and frequency? Maybe we can have like a singleton for our virtual camera, and we can control that when we shoot from our player. So here I'm going to need two scripts for player shooting, and I'm going to need another script that's going to be a new one for our camera. So virtual camera, I'm going to call this yeah, virtual camera, virtual camera, and I'm going to put script here, so it doesn't get, for example, if there's an already, if there's a script that's called that way, we don't have any problems. And I'm going to get this out of the player folder to the normal scripts. And here on my VC1 or virtual camera 1, I'm going to add this component of virtual camera script. And here we can see what we had. So I've done this sometimes already. So I'm just going to go to my GitHub. And you can see here on repositories our last game that was called Landguard. And I don't think that's the name. Maybe TD cards. Yeah, because it was like a tower defense with cards at the beginning. So that's what the repository was called or is called. And I'm going to go to assets, scripts, and on player, I think. Yeah, player. Somewhere here we had like a shake, or it was like on main VC. Structures. Yeah. So maybe it's going to be a hassle to just check all of our code here, so I can just search here's Cinemachine access amplitude gain on virtual camera. So that way is going to be, yeah, so here we can see our noise properties. So how to access them from the code, we can, yeah, here we are going to be searching here for what we need, and this is going to be what we need. So basically we have to have a reference to our virtual camera, and I'm going to put it here. So or a reference to our virtual camera is going to be called Cinemachine virtual camera, and I think we need a library for this. Cinemachine machine virtual camera, and it's going to add for us our Cinemachine library, and I'm not sure why we are not using it. And I'm going to call this VC1, and I'm going to put here before that serialized field, and I like to put this here before that, so private VC1, and yeah, so we have a reference, and I'm going to create a function here that's going to be public void, and first I want to make this a mono. Instead of mono behavior, I want to make this a mono singleton. That's basically just I'm using a design pattern that's called singleton. You can, if you're interested, you can search singleton design pattern to know what I'm using here. Camera script, public void. This is going to be called shake, and I'm going to ask two things. So basically, float for intensity, and another float for time. That's going to be the time that's that this at this intensity is going to yeah, this is going to be the time that this intensity is going to be active for. So what I want to make here is basically go to our Edge, Microsoft Edge, and our browser, and say you can do this from script, says Gregory. It's the stuff from Unity, and you can grab the virtual camera and get Cinemachine component, Cinemachine basic multi-channel paralleling, and I'm just going to copy this line of code here, and so we don't have to check it again. And this is not exactly what we need to do, but it's just a reference that I'm just going to comment here. So what do we need to do? We are going to need two two components or two more more components here. So Cinemachine, basic, multi-channel Perlin, and I'm going to call this CVMP. And yeah, I want to add start. With start, I'm going to say here CVMP is going to be equal to our camera PC1 dot get Cinemachine component, and the name of the Cinemachine component is going to be Cinemachine basic multi-channel pairing, basic multi-channel pairing, and yeah, we need just this. If this is null, I want to say debug.log error. And what do I want to say? I want to say here CVMP is null. So I don't want to put the Cinemachine basic multi-channel paralleling. I don't want to write all of that. So I'm just going to use CVMP is null. And that should be it for now. So with that assigned, we can say here CVMP dot amplitude. So yeah, we have that M amplitude, that M amplitude gain equal 1 for now, and this CVMP dot M frequency gain, it's 1 for now, and we are not going to need this line anymore. So this is obviously not going to work. It's not the full functionality for this function yet, but it's going to be cool for now because it's just activating our amplitude and frequency, and we can check that. I'm going to call this function here on player shooting. So here I see I'm going to shoot here. So yeah, at the end of this, I want to say here virtual camera script dot shake or instance, because it is a singleton, and I'm going to call this function of shake. And it doesn't matter if I put anything here because it's not taking this into consideration. So I'm just going to put 1 and 1, so it doesn't give me any errors, but it's not actually doing anything. And I just want to try if this is working, and let's make sure that we have this assigned to our virtual camera. Yeah, we have it assigned. I'm going to put this, order this differently, like this on this goes first, and I'm going to drag the virtual camera component here, and let's just press play. And when I shoot now, the screen should start shaking. Oh no, I forgot to go to our virtual camera, go to our noise, and set this to 0. So basically now when I press play, this is going to be just still. It's not going to be shaking. But when I release and shoot, this should be starting. This should start shaking. So now, yeah, and it shakes now. So it's working. Now, what do I want to make? I want to use our actual intensity here, and say, for example, let's see. We could have a timer here. Let's go private timer or float shake timer, and I want to have another variable here that's private float shake time, and we are going to use this to for with these variables to expand this function. So here on intensity, I want this to be our intensity on start, or sorry, on update. So basically every frame I want to check if shake timer or first I want to check if, or I can have another variable here for intensity, private float intensity, and I'm going to just leave this as 0 for now. And basically I want to put here intensity, or this one, or variable that we're using here, intensity, it's equal to intensity, so we know for intensity without having to check the Cinemachine basic multi-channel paralleling. And here, if intensity then is higher than 0, so yeah, more than 0, I want to do something. If our shake timer, it's minus or equal to time, that time, this is going to be resetting our intensity. So basically just saying here cvmp dot amplitude gain. So I can just copy this, but instead of our intensity here is going to be 0. So all of these lines here, it's 0, and that should reset or shaking. So we are no longer shaking, and yeah. So now here I need other thing here. That's going to be our shake time, and our shake time is going to be equal to time. That time. Yeah, it's going to be time the time plus or time here. So I could add this to our, maybe I could just say yeah, if shake time if shake time is more than or time, I'm just going to say shake time is equal to shake time plus equals time. But else I'm going to say here that shake time is equal to time the time plus time, and that's going to say that's doing that if or we have another shake happening, instead of just resetting the timer and adding it, we're just going to add the time that we have. So it's not resetting, it's just adding to the one that we already have, in case that we have something, because otherwise it's going to be just resetting it. And we could try this right now, but I think that before that I want to do basically the same for the intensities. So if or we have some check here, I want to do more. I want to say here, so this should go at last, and here I want to do the same, just expand this and copy this here, or rather cut this here, and I'm going to put this instead of going on the top. I want to put this here, here, and I'm just going to copy this again. And instead of saying intensity equals, I'm going to just add the intensity plus equals. And that should be okay for now. Emmanuel Omla, what? How does the stream have only 2 viewers? The concept in a live streaming world seems quite unique and interesting. Good luck. It's such a pity. Thank you for checking on the stream, Emmanuel. It's good to have you here. And don't worry, we are not. I'm not too worried about the views in this one, but I'm more worried about you having a better time and be and actually have the opportunity to speak with me. Because if we had more viewers here with us, maybe, I don't know, 10, I don't think I could handle that much. So I think that's pretty great, not having a lot of people here right now. And I'm not that interested really on having a lot of people for now, because I think it would be too distracting too. So I think we should enjoy the process. We are a small channel now, and it's going to change in some future. So we should enjoy this part of our journey. So yeah, here on our player shooting, I'm going to put here. I'm going to be doing this pretty quick. So this is going to be maybe 0.1 F. All right, that's logical. And just another guy says, "Oh, that's interesting, your thought process. I'm here for the whole journey. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate you." And yeah, I think that's if we like grew or were like full of people here, I think I wouldn't be able to just keep up with that much people, because yeah, we would be like or if I could, I would be just like reading the chat all the time, and not actually able to do the work that we have to do. So let's see if the take is working. So it doesn't seem like it's working. And why is that? Let's see. Let's check. Let's check here. So this could be. Let's put a little bit of more time here, and let's go to our virtual camera here. And yeah, let's see if intensity it's more than 0. So this is not going to be called, because we are not. Yeah, we are. We don't have that or intensity because we are assigning the intensity after we call it. So we have to call it at least one time for this to work. So this is not going to work for now. And again, this emoji, I love this emoji. It's like the most funny thing to me. It's a super cool emoji. Just another guy says, "I'm going to have to go because I'm going to go play badminton with my friends. But love sticking around for an hour. Good luck, man, and I'll see you later." Okay, good luck to you, and I hope you have a good badminton session. Enjoy being with your friends, and see you later. Have a good one. Okay, so we'll just try here if we have yeah, if this is working now, because we changed the checking of if the intensity was -1, but I think, yeah, it's not working because we have to make the check first. Yes, we have to make the check. So basically, if we call this, oh yeah, we are calling this. So the intensity should let's see. Hami, welcome. Welcome, Hami. Uh, I don't know if you were here before, but in case you just joined, you're welcome. We are making a game in 10 days. This is day 7, and we are trying to make some game use for the game, basically feedback for your actions. So, what we're doing right now, it's trying to make screen shake, like all wobble when you shoot, so it's more impactful. Um, so yeah, it's not working now, but it's going to work in a moment. Let's just see why this is not working. So our check time, we have to. Oh, okay. So I'm adding here to check time, but I should be adding to check timer, and this should be. Okay, so I don't think we actually need a check time, or do we? Do we need a check time? I'm not sure. Let's just comment this variable. And this is a check timer. Where is it? Check timer, yeah. And yeah, let's just see. I think what we had here before was working just right. So if intensity is higher than 0, like it's more than 0, I'm going to make this. Else I don't want to check it. And now I'm just going to see what happens. And I think it's going to work now. I have hope. Okay, so yeah, you can see here that when I fire, like when I release or a projectile here, the screen is shaking. And maybe I want to go to our player shooting and make this not be 0.2 seconds, but rather something shorter, maybe 0.1, but make it a little bit more intense. So shorter but more intense. That's what she said. I couldn't help myself with that joke. Okay. I think this is yeah, it's better. Yeah, it's better. Like it has all of the projectiles have more impact. Like they feel like more powerful. And we have our check function ready. So let's just try to yeah, let's just move this from this task here on Notion to from doing to done. So we could add some more feedback for it later. So I'm just going to say here on my notes, check if the, and I think that you can't see this because I'm on the way. So I'm just going to get my face out of the way for a moment here, so you can see what I'm writing, and check if the shooting game use could be improved. And we are going to need sounds. Yes, someday or maybe tomorrow or the day past tomorrow, we're going to need sounds and music. So for now, I'm just going to say audio here, audio and Unity, and I'm going to put music here, and it's going to be UI. No, I don't need this on UI, but on audio and Unity. So here, I think I'm going to left this for after we make the testing build, or yeah, because I think this is going to be for tomorrow or another day. And this I want to make a testing build for today, so you can try the game today. And yeah, let's just see visualizer for how many times you have picked an upgrade. So this is not that important for today, but what is important for today? The game use. So basically, yeah, make a testing build is something that I want to have high priority for today. And we have 4 hours for today's stream. So we have still time to make this all of this. So our projectile impact game use, and game use is just feedback for your actions that makes the game feel more impactful or feel better or look better. So in this case, the screen shake makes our projectiles look more powerful. And I'm just I'm just going to see what's next. Projectile impact. So we have our shooting here, but we need the impact. So for the impact, I want to make something. I want to make some particles for when the projectile impacts on our enemies. So yeah, before making that, I think I want to add another yeah, I'm just going to say here on our task, we are going to be dividing this on a list here. So change the designs of the projectiles, make particles for the projectiles, make screen shake on projectile impact, and yeah, I think that's it, because I think I still want more effects for when you so we have a stun projectile, we have a fire projectile, an explosive one, and we have a poisonous one. So I want to make these effects visible, and I'm going to put this on another task. So basically game use, and I'm going to say particles for enemy states, maybe, or what I want. Hami says, I don't understand half of the things you're talking about, but it sounds smart as fuck. Okay, yeah, just don't worry. I'm maybe it sounds smart as fuck because it's I've been working in this project for 6 days, so you don't have the context, so it's not anything complicated. So don't worry about it. I'll just explain what I'm going to do next when I finish reading this stuff. And Lightning Blitzy Minecraft says, hi, Lightning Blitzy. It's good to have you here. We're making a game in 10 days, and this is day 7. So yeah, I want some particles for the enemy, for the enemies, or the enemy states, and basically if they are like if a projectile, well, we have 4 types of projectile apart from the normal one. So we are going to be writing that. So for fire, stun, explosive, and for poison. And this is going to be art and unity. So I want to put that after this here. 10 days to make a game is crazy. Yeah, kind of crazy. But we are doing good so far. It's not going to be the most polished thing. It's not going to be a masterpiece in any way, but it's going to be a playable game and hopefully a fun one. And today I'm going to be making a build so you can play the game in the itch for, and you can say whatever you think about the game, like what's good, what's bad about the game, and we can or I can hear that feedback and change things accordingly. Yeah, it's going to be 100% free. No need to pay. It's just for you. Lightning Blitzy Minecraft, respect for you, dude. Like literally. Thank you very much. And yeah, I want to make things free because maybe one day I will launch uh, a paid game, but I'm not planning on doing that for a long time. Maybe in a year, I may think about making a game that's paid. But if I ever charge for a game, I want it to be like uh, I want it to be something that I feel proud of launching. So yeah. Okay, what platform will it be released? It's going to be released on itch. So maybe you're not familiar with this page, but a lot of indie game developers are publishing their games there first, and then if they want to make their game like full release and not just a demo or prototype, they release it on Steam. Yeah, but here you can see this is itch.io, itch.io, and I have some games here. This is my itch.io page, and I have some games here that you can try everything for free. Everything here is free, and these are just small games and prototypes. So you're welcome to check them out if you want. Boarding Pass says, do you make games with Unity engine? Yes, I do make them with that engine. I've used some engines, other engines before, but this is the one that I use. And Lightning Blitzy says, my friend also uses itch.io. Yeah, it's a pretty like the most standard page for indie game developers, I think. And I've seen other pages like Newgrounds, but which other Game Jolt, I think, but I've never tried to publish on those ones. Okay, so here I'm going to back to my Notion here and projectile impact. So projectile impact, I want to keep this open, and we have Lion Blitzy says, just gained a new sub. Thank you very much for following. It's a pleasure to have you here on stream and following the channel, because we have some other things that are not just streams. We I also make some dev blogs about these games that I make. Business says, I tried to learn Unity, but the UI management is so bad for me. I come from Godot, so I'm used to UI positioning being a little easier. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how the UI works on Unity either, but yeah, everything else, it's okay for me. And if you like Godot, like just stay with Godot, because I think Godot, Unreal, and Unity, these are pretty good engines. It's just you have to pick one, stay with it, and get proficient with a certain engine that you like. And Boarding Pass says, what mic are you using and what headphones? Okay, so the mic is a Blue Yeti X, and the headphones, I'm not really sure. I don't remember. It's just some Sony headphones, wireless headphones, that also come with a cable, so I can connect them to my computer in case that I want, like, I don't want any latency. And let me do a real quick search here, so I, in case that I can remember which ones these are. Let me just check here. Let's see. Yeah, so these ones are says here. I'm just going to search it for you. This is the model for these headphones, 720, and these ones. I'm not sure. Yeah, but you can search for them. These are like some standard, or not standard, but like basic Bluetooth headphones, and they also come with a cable, so you can connect them to your PC or your devices. Okay, so I want to change the designs of the projectiles. I want to make particles for the projectiles. I want to put a screen check on projectile impact. And Boarding Pass says, perfect, thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to help you. Okay, so on screen check, I want to do this first because it's going to be the easiest task. So I want to start with that. It's not going to take a long time. And before I do that, I want to open a page here. That's our Notion. Here, Notion. Because I want, like, I have yeah, I have yeah, maybe for next stream, because the past stream we had below my face there was you could see the Notion task that we were actually making, like we were currently making. But for today, I think that I restarted my computer and it messed up all my OBS settings, so I couldn't set all the things up, like all the things back up. So some things are missing. Just I think just that one, but it's kind of annoying. Okay, so here project 5, maybe now it should be displaying. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just going to check the OBS. Oh yeah, here. You can see that below my face what I'm currently doing, like what's the current task. So we don't have to be checking our Notion that much. So you can just see there. Okay, change the designs of the projectiles, screen check and on projectile impact, and yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to open my projectile script here, and I want to say here. So basically, I'm inheriting this script from all the other projectile types, because I have projectile, explosive, fire, poison, stun, and I'm just going to have base behavior for this projectile, and I'm going to be inheriting that behavior for all the other projectile scripts. And what are we going to do here? So basically, I want to say before I die, like basically I want to say on disable. So when I get a disable, I'm going to say here virtual camera. Noob Game says, I'm back from school and I just found your video. Welcome back to another stream, Noob Games. It's good to have you here again for another day of game development. This is day 7 already of making game in 10 days, and we have done a pretty good progress. And we're making some game use, so the games feels better. And hopefully today we will have a version on itch that you can play of the game, and we're going to be doing that on stream, or maybe when I finish the stream, I'm going to put it for you. And yeah, so you can say to me whatever you think about the game, what you like and what you don't, so we can change the game accordingly. And I need to access the virtual camera script, that instance. So this is a singleton. I'm using a singleton design pattern, and I want to access what? Shake. Shake is the function that we did, and I'm going to open. I'm going to be right back. Just going to open my window because I'm just here in Chile. It's super hot, and I'm just melting. Okay, now. Game says, "Can you preview the game, or what new did you make?" Yeah, we can preview the game real quick. Let me just finish this. Let's just put a 1 and 0 so it doesn't throw any errors for us, and let's preview the game. So basically, if you weren't here last stream, that's Saturday. If you weren't here, if you didn't see what we did yesterday, basically some 3D models for the turret. uh, or the player. That's you. What else do we did? We put a timer. We made some UI. We had, or I think it was. I'm not sure if we did the model that stream or the stream before. And today we put some screen shake on when you release your space key. So yeah, when you shoot, it's a little bit more impactful and it feels better. And last stream we made some UI. So I want to show you here what we have for UI. Let me open the other scene, main menu scene. And this is the main menu. It's super basic, but for now I'm not too worried about it because I want to make a game that's fun and not necessarily too polished. And yeah, we have you can press escape to pause the game. You can press escape again to close this, or here to close this. You can restart here, go to main menu here, adjust the music and sound effects that we don't have because I like to put that at the end of my games. Like I left yeah, I those things I do at the end of my development. So putting the music and sound effects, and we also have a quit to desktop button. And yeah, that's basically it. And we're doing some more. We're putting some more game use or feedback for your actions for different things. So basically, here on Notion, you can see this all that started with GJ, our game use, and we're making the projectile impact have some more oomph. So yeah, we're making screen shake on projectile impact. So basically here on disable, when we destroy ourselves as a projectile, I want to say something. I want to say 0.1 maybe, F, 0.1 F, and I want to have an intensity of 1 on our shake. So basically this shake is just a function that we did some minutes ago. And let's see if this works, and we can check this to-do list. We can check one of these tasks on our to-do list. Okay, so press play, and now maybe this you can see this correctly, but this is going to be this is how it looks. Yeah, you can see that we have some screen check when when the projectile impacts on an enemy. Mediocre. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. But it says, hey man, what's your experience in game dev? My first, well, I first started or was introduced to game dev when I was 15. I'm currently turning 21 next month, so you can make the math there. But it wasn't until my 17th birthday that I started actually studying and making games on my own. And it's until this year that I have actually make this. Like I dropped out of university, and I'm pursuing this full time. Okay, so here, so you can say maybe 4 years now that of game development experience, and it's just all self-taught from the internet. And yeah, that's my experience. I've done a couple of games already, but are just pretty small games and demos, and I want to keep exploring demos for now and small games until I decide to make something something a little bit more yeah, a little bit bigger, not just a demo, but a full release game. And you say, nice job, man. Do you want to release a Steam game? Yeah, some day I want to release a Steam game, but not for now. I'm not. I just want to make small games, and maybe next year or in a year I will think of what game I could spend developing, like maybe 6 months, or maybe I don't know. In a year, I'm going to either. Uh, well, yeah, I think we can finance that with a Kickstarter because I don't have money to put like 6 months into a full, uh, yeah, into developing a whole full game. But yeah, we can see then if I get enough support, I can make a game that's bigger. Okay, so what were we doing? Screen check on projectile impact. We are done with that, and I'm going to go back to our script where we are controlling that. And I think I want to go to player shooting and make this a little bit less. Yeah, I have to put this a little bit less of intensity here, and maybe I can say, okay, this is going to be 0.5, 0.05, sorry. And let's see how this looks, and we can go and make the other task on our Notion tasks. So yeah, the shooting looks good, and our impacts look all right, I think. Yeah, I think these are a little bit too you say, I see, that's great to hear. Keep up the good job. I started dev 1 year later than you, so by my age, 28, you'll have insane skills. That's super. Yeah, I want to be a master, but I'm just. You could say that I'm just starting because I've studied, but I only this year I've been making some real projects. So you could say like I have maybe 6 months of real experience. And that's so cool to hear your story of you're 28 and you are a developer too. And are you a game dev, or are you in other like are you a web developer or something else? What are you developing in? Like what languages you use? I want to know all the stuff that you are willing to share with me. So maybe I'm going to increase this time to 7.5 and make this 1.25. 25F. And how has it been your experience as a developer? Because it could start good or bad, but what's your journey been like? Like, has been a good journey, bad journey? How has it been? Okay, so here I think I can make this 1.75, and it's going to be something more like I want it to be. So yeah, let's press play and see how this is looking. Okay, so looking good. The shooting's looking good, and when on impact, I think it's kind of good too. But I don't think I want this to be too high. Like maybe this could be 125 too. And yeah, let's. You say, haha, I'm a game dev as well. I'm more of a generalist, and for me, it was great journey when it comes to the art, 3D models, texture, music, and so on. But when it comes to engineering, it's so hard. So you have a lot more experience than me, but I've enjoyed really much my engineering, and not so much the 3D models. You can see the 3D models on this game. I'm not a good artist, but I try to improve, and I will try to improve my art. And well, the journey is different from yeah, for everyone. But I think that if you have been developing for that long time, like you have spent that amount of time, you sure consider that's worth it, right? Because it could be hard, but it's worth it. Bro, if you learned how to code by yourself, you can learn how to do 3D model. Trust me, it's easier than it looks. Tell that to my models here. Yeah, but I think that I can handle it sometime. Maybe I just haven't put the enough time to my modeling skills as I put to my coding. So maybe that's why you can see this cat here looks like a rat. But yeah, it's okay. Okay, now I want to make some particles for the projectiles. So in my last game, maybe I want to say here on my GitHub, let's just put here shake or camera shake to be more specific. Camera shake for projectile shooting and impact. And that's I don't think I will need a description because that's enough. Bro, I thought it was a rat. Yeah, it looks like a rat. I can show you the model if you want to see. I promise you, it's not a cat. It's not a rat. Sorry, it's a cat. Maybe just open Blender, and we did this super quick because it's game in 10 days. So I don't want to be wasting a lot of time with stuff. I just want to make this really small game in 10 days, but have something finished that you can play and maybe enjoy. So yeah, game in 10 days enemies. So we have a bad here. That's if you think this is bad, this is the best that we have done. So I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, we have a bat here that we don't have an animation for because we've been doing other stuff before that. This is the cat. So you could say that from here it looks kind of like a cat if you don't look at this face, or you could call this a face. But here it looks yeah, it looks like a rat. There's nothing to do it. But I'm going to leave that to interpretation for the ones that play the game. So if they think this is a rat, it's going to be a rat. I prefer them thinking that way. And this is supposed to be a scarecrow. So yeah, you can see I'm not the best artist in the world, but I can do some things that I can do a cat that looks like a rat at least. And you say, Hami says, I also thought it was a rat. Actually, yeah, it looks good. Both of them, you're right. It's just a camera angle giving us the illusion that it's a rat. Yeah, but I think that it's the task of the artist to make, to think from where it's going to be viewed, so it's more clear what it is. So, yeah. Okay. What were we doing? The particles for the projectiles. So I have maybe I'm just going to open another project here on Unity Hub. That's the last project that I did was a game called Blend Guard. That's a tower defense where you can mix your turrets. But what I want to get from that project, it's the particles that I did for the projectile impact, because I think these are the best that I've done in my whole game dev career, or well, it's not like a career, but on my journey. And MX joke. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I'm so sorry. By the way, it's not private. Which country are you from? No, it's not private. I've already mentioned it like 3 times on stream before. I'm from Chile. And if you don't know what or where that is, it's in South America. So yeah, I'm from South America. Really long country, not too wide. And Hami says, I think with some shadows, I would look more like a cat in game, but maybe I'm wrong. We have to try and how this look, because currently we don't have any shadows or anything. But for now, I think that if it looks like something that resembles an animal, it's okay for me for now. Um, and yeah, so I know that, for example, Negref, that's someone that have joined the stream from the first time that I streamed. Said we have like I was streaming at, so here it's 9:35 a.m. in my country, and he said he was viewing the stream at 2 p.m. So we have like a lot of time difference. Uh, because I think he was from Europe, maybe. Because yeah, that's a huge gap on time zones. Yeah, so I want to open this project. This is my last project, and I want to go to my. Here I have something that's like a projectiles particles, something like, yeah, here particles. So dead particles, fire particles. Yeah, projectile impact particle. That's the one that I'm looking for. Yeah, for you it's 1:35 p.m. from France. Oh, so all the way across, from Europe as well. Uh, yeah, we have a huge gap on time difference, but I think it's okay. Like, it's better if um, you can see me that like it's time for lunch, right there. I don't know where you usually what's the time of usually lunch there, but for example here on Chile it's like 1 p.m. You are on lunchtime, so maybe I've seen a lot of people join the stream around the time of lunch on their country. Okay, so I want to check here on the projectile impact particle what's it like. It's not going to be displaying now. For example, if I move it, it's not going to display. Yeah, because I have to press start here, play, and basically we have some things like exploding. But what I want to take from this, yeah, and it says here, and it says, or you say, yeah, it's lunch. It's from 12 to 2 p.m. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so here I want to take two things from these particles. So basically, I really like the way these are, like I have a halo. Uh, that's what I something that I want to take from it, and we have maybe I can just disable these ones, and you can see this is like a flash that's uh, getting smaller. So yeah, I want something like that. So I'm going to maybe just grab the textures that I used in my in this game. And where do I have these textures? Here in 2D. I don't need to have this open. I'm going to check the textures here. So on my textures, I want the projectiles. I want the circle texture. So I'm going to press here. That's pretty cool of having your projects, at least in Unity. You can go to your folder, like your assets, and you can say here just you can download it from there. Or so yeah, I can see here. I could show it in Explorer. Temtem, welcome back to another stream, and Blue Stigman too. It's going pretty good. First of all, hello. I hope you're doing well. We're doing pretty good. I'm just doing some particles and game just for the game, so it looks a little bit better. I'm going to close this thing, and I'm going to show you real quick how this is looking. So we have done in the past stream. We did some. You're doing pretty good. Thanks. That's super awesome, dude. And yeah, we did some UI the past stream, And now we have some screen check when you shoot, and some more screen check when the projectile impacts. And you can pause, and this is the UI. And you, for example, can go to the main menu, and this is the UI for the main menu. So yeah, that's basically it. And we have a lot of tasks to make for this game to be complete. So maybe, and yeah, I want to have a build. This is going to be the last task for today. So when we are close to finishing, I want finishing today's stream. I want to make to have this have a test build of the game, so you can play and tell me what you think about it. So yeah, we are making some projectiles, and I was just going and I'm just stealing from myself from the things that I did on my other game. I'm just grabbing the textures here that I can show in Explorer, and for example, I'm just going to grab the all these textures here. Yeah, I'm going to grab all these textures, and maybe this not. I don't want this one, but these ones I want to copy and go to my download, and I'm going to import these textures to my current game. So this is the my previous game, Vanguard, and I'm just stealing some textures from this one and importing them to the one that I'm doing now. So yeah, these textures I'm going to drag here to 2D and textures. And I want to have this divided, so I'm going to create a new folder here, projectiles, projectile, and grab all these textures here and put them inside that folder. So yeah, this is going to be sprite 2D and UI, so it looks like it should. And the game's looking amazing. I love it. That's good to hear. We still have a lot of things to do, but yeah, I think you can play what we you can play whatever we can put out today. And I'm going to turn this into a sprite to the UI, and I think this one too. So basically, what I want to do is add here create empty. No, I don't want to create it empty. I want to create effects here, particle system, and it's going to be called projectile impact particles. And so yeah, the duration maybe 1 second here. I don't want this to loop, but I'm going to leave it looped for now because I'm just making the making this. And emission here rate over time as just 0. It's just a burst of 1, and it's going to have a lifetime of 1, maybe, yeah, 1. And yeah, so the start speed is going to be 0 because I don't want this to move, and I want to change this to let me adjust the shape, so I don't want this to have a spread or anything, so I'm going to put the radius to 0.0001 so it doesn't move. And I want to change this. Instead of using that material, I want to use other material. So I'm using particles on lid, and I think I could use this as a material, and it's going to be yeah, it's going to be okay, but I'm not sure if this is going to look as good as the one that we had before. But yeah, let's just use this as our flash for now. So basically what I want this to do is when it starts, Dennis Kosh says, "Hi, it's me, Blue Stickman Mobile." Okay, so it's a new version of Blue Stickman. Good to have you here, Blue Stickman. Uh, Even if it's the new version of you on mobile. Um, so, do you usually use your mobile phone to watch streams or media in general, or are you a PC user, or where are you seeing the stream from usually? This game be looking good. Thank you. Um, okay, so here I want to uh, make this be like I want to start a certain size and then get shrunk, like it shrinks. And so the start size I want to say 1, and I want to say that the size over lifetime I'm going to activate it, and you can't see that because I'm on the way, but I activated this, and I'm going to say here I want to make this curve now, or maybe this one. I think I want something quicker. Maybe this should have like lifetime of 0.75 or maybe 0.5, so it's like really Dennis Koch, why did you use a multi-ocular O instead of O? What? Are you speaking to yourself from mobile? Um, okay, so this could be a little bit, yeah, a little bit bigger. So yeah, it looks like this. And for now, it doesn't look like anything, but it's going to be our projectile impact particle. And I'm going to create a new effects here, particle system. And I'm going to make basically the same here, but for another, but I'm going to use another material here. So I want to create a material here, projectiles. On projectiles, I want to create here. Let me use and Blue Sigma says, yes, I've been speaking to myself. Sometimes I'm like that too. Okay. Uh, Now we are going to create a new material here. That's going to be called um, Halo, Halo mat, Halo, and it's going to be using as a base. It's going to be using this circle texture. So I'm not sure how that's going to look. It's not going to look that good, I think. Yeah, let me just use something else maybe. And this is a billboard. Yeah, I think maybe it's because I'm using this material halo with a sphere. But if we use this, yeah, so I'm using this as a base map, and maybe I can put this instead of being like that. I can go to or I'm going to open the other project and see how I set this up. My browser crashed on PC. Oh, that's why you went to mobile. That's so bad. Okay, so yeah, we have the other project here, and I'm going to just see how did I set this up, because I don't remember how did I set this up. Okay, so this is I think I have the same here, but let me just check. And maybe on the spider editor. This is a single, it's tight, straight edges, pivot center. I'm not sure if I have anything different here. Let me just open again the other project. Yeah, it seems like there's no difference here. So maybe it's the way I did the material. So I'm going to search here matte and see all the mattes. Yeah, circle matte. And this is okay. So I use the universal render pipeline particles and lit. And I'm going to do the same for our material and our other project. So here on here, I'm just want to I'm going to put the other, yeah, I'm going to put this on my other monitor. And yeah, let's see. First, we have to go to our material and say universal render pipeline, universal render pipeline, and this is I'm just going to use onlet here, onlet, and it's universal render pipeline. But I want to use particles onlet. Let's see, particles. I think this is the one that I'm looking for. So yeah, I think that I want to use alpha clipping. Yeah, and that's what I was looking for. So basically now I can use this new material here, and instead of particles on lid, I can assign this halo, and I can say, okay, I'm going to give this uh, a duration of 1, a lifetime of 1, a speed of, and I'm going to put my camera again, and I'm going to give this a speed of 0, because I don't want this to move. Start size, it's okay, 1 for now, it's okay. I want this to look at view, yeah, render alignment at view. And I am not sure why I'm not able to see this new particle system. Okay, I'm not seeing, I'm now seeing the new particle system. And instead of saying rate over time here, I'm going to just make one burst. Yeah, one burst, and change the shape to a really low radius so it doesn't move. And I can say now, or yeah, the start size is 1, but let's say here, or, and you can see that because I'm not on the way. I'm just going to, yeah, quit my camera for a bit, or move my camera for a bit, and I can say size over lifetime here, and I can say, okay, just grow, but I want this to grow like a little bit faster. So I'm going to put this lifetime on 0.5, and maybe I want this to be a little bit faster, and I want to change the curve. Yeah, so it looks a little bit more like an explosion here, and maybe 0.3, so it's really quick, but you can still see it. And yeah, I want to change all the durations to 1, and we have to put one last thing. I'm going to create a UI, no, sorry, no, not UI, but effects particle system, and I want to make some basically sparks. I'm going to call this sparks. I'm going to get my camera again. I'm going to call this halo, and the sparks are going to be, I want to put this on render from billboard to stretched or horizontal, yeah, or stretched billboard. So then I can say here, instead of rate over time, I can say maybe just 20 count, and I think I have to put this on pause and play again. So yeah, now I can see my particles, and its duration is going to be 1. And don't worry, it's going to look way better. But for now, I just want this to be default. So basically, I'm going to adjust the start size to 0.1 maybe, 0.1. And I'm going to change the shape of this from, you can see, so I'm going to show you here, from a cone to a sphere. So now it looks a little bit better already, but I want to make this still a little bit shorter. And their speed, I want this to be 1 maybe. No, maybe 1 is just too little. But it could be like a 2 or 3, or yeah, let's just make it 5. And I'm going to say, okay, so start lifetime. This is what I want to change. I want this to be just really short. So I'm going to put their lifetime to 0.7. And I want to adjust their color over lifetime. So I can say they are going to start all white, and they are going to turn white, but instead of just a normal white, I want to reduce the transparency so that they get transparent. And after that, I also want to change their size over lifetime. So they start at their max size and then get smaller. So this is already looking better. I'm going to increase their speed a little bit, like maybe 8. And let's make this have a little bit less lifetime, so 0.5. And this is going to be an impact particle. So I can, after setting this up, I can just drag this from here to, let's make this halo a little bit shorter, so maybe 0.75 size. And I'm going to drag this to our prefabs. And where on prefabs should I put this? On projectiles. And after that, I can say delete here. And let me just check if or yeah, let me just check. I want to say here, when this is stopped, I want to destroy. So you're not seeing that what I did, but I just adjusted something in the inspector there that says that if this animation or this particle stops this functioning, is going to be destroying itself. So that way we don't have particles everywhere. Now I need to have on my projectile, I need to have a serialized field private game object. It's going to be called projectile particles prefab. And now on disable, I'm just going to say, okay, camera check. And apart from that, I want to, yeah, I want to say here, I want to spawn one of those particles that we did just now. So I named this projectile prefab particle, and its position is going to be this transform, that position, and the quaternion, and the rotation is going to be quaternion, that identity. That's basically the default rotation of the object. So now I have to go to my projectiles and assign these particles to them so they can spawn them when they hit an enemy. Okay, now I'm going going to assign this impact particles. Yes, I'm going to grab each one of these projectiles. Yeah, we can't assign the projectiles all at once. We have to go one for one. So these are the particles, so I'm just going to drag them like that. Impact particles, right? Fire impact particles, and poison impact particles. And for now, they are just going to look the same, like they are all white particles, but I'm planning on changing that later. So yeah, now I'm just going to see if this is working as we want. So we have to, yeah. Uh, but it's looping, and you can see there that these are looping. They look good though. They look good, but I think they are just looping and they are not destroying. So now I'm going to go back to our projectile impact particles, and I'm going to go here, but it's where it says a loop here. I'm going to say or looping here. I'm going to uncheck that square, and I'm going to see what happens now. Here, going to search the same use enter tips. My username is okay. Um, okay, yes. Let's see if this is working. Yeah, you can see now that we have some particles for when the projectile impacts on an enemy. And this look good to me. They look a little bit slow for what the game is. Maybe I could make them like a little bit faster. So they look good. But for now, I can make that or from here. Yeah, projectile impact particles. And let's say here, this is going to be a 25. This is going to be a 3, 0.3. And this is going to be a 3, 5, maybe. So yeah, let's just check how this looks now. And I think it's a little bit better. I don't know if you notice the difference, but now the particles are like a little bit fast and they get destroyed quickly or quicker than they were before. And yeah, now I can go to our task on Notion, and we are doing this. So we already have the particles, and we're going to be changing the design of the projectile because we have the particles now. I'm going to change the design of the projectile. So I'll be back. I won't take too long. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so now we are going to change the projectile designs. And I'm going to be quiet for a bit because I'm eating something. Maybe we can look for some references on the internet. So projectile or video game projectiles. Um, so yeah, we can search for some reference. And there's a page that I always forgot its name, but it's where some artists put their work on concept art and all that stuff. That's great, and they do a lot of things that are related to game development. Uh, okay, so maybe I have to search for designs, and let's see what uh, we can get here. Okay, so ArtStation is the one the page that I'm looking for. So maybe I'm just going to search ArtStation. Unity VFX Magic Projectile. Okay, so how does that look? Pretty cool, but not what we are looking for. It looks awesome though. Looks really, really cool. And I'm just going to search images here. Okay, so maybe I just want something simple, but that doesn't look uh bad. So maybe I can make this uh, instead of it being just a sphere, we can say this is going to be like more stretched, so it looks like it's moving at a fast velocity or fast speed, and we can put a trail on it, so it looks a little bit more dynamic. And the way we can do that is by going to our projectiles. And these are not the ones that I'm looking for. These are the materials for the projectiles. And these are the projectiles. So, for example, we can go to this one. I'm going to go from 2D to 3D. And so which way is this facing? We can try. So maybe if I do this like this, it's going to look a little bit cursed right now, but don't worry, I'm going to change it in a while. And yeah, this is not the this is not the one that I wanted to change. Maybe it's this one. This one. Let's just see. Now, so yeah, I want something like this, but not not that egg-like. I want something maybe. Let's see. Let's see. First of all, let's make this, yeah, just a little bit like this, kind of egg shape. But the difference is that I don't want to make this like it was before, but I just want to make this. Yeah, this shape is okay. So I'm just going to save these values at 75, and I'm going to do the same for every projectile now. Projectile explosive, and I want to make this 0.75 on the X 75, and fire is going to be the same. We have poison, and that's done. And now they are going to look awful because they look just like eggs, but hopefully with some particles or trails, we can make this look a little bit better. Okay, so now I can go to our normal scene, and I'm going to create an empty, or sorry, I don't want to create an empty, I want to create effects, trail, a trail. And this trail is, let's just see how it looks right now. Pretty weird. It just looks like it's making a circle, and that's not what I want. So maybe, what can I change in this trail? I can go to materials, change the materials, lighting, pros, additional settings, but I want to change its shape. Oh, I can say change the shape here. So square maybe? Yeah, I don't want that. Align? Sine wave? No. Spring? No, I think I don't want a trail. What I want is just go to effects again, and I want a line. So this line is so projectile effects or trail effect. And this one, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not mistaken, I can go to 0, 0, 0, just center this. I'm just going to search it again here. I'm going to make this a little bit more high on the y axis. And maybe when I move this, it's not happening. Yeah, nothing's happening. But what I want to do is, like make that this trail follows our projectiles, so they look good, a little bit better. And I'm not sure how this how you control this, but I know I've done this sometimes already, but it's always like you have to test how this look, um, or yeah, you have to test how this look. And I want to change one thing for sure. I want to change the base map or the material to something that's a little bit more noticeable. And how do I do that? There should be an option here to change the material here. Texture mode stretch, texture scale 1 1. Materials, yeah, here materials. For now, I'm just going to use the default sprite or the default like here. Maybe I just want to make this like this. And yeah, cast shadows, I don't want to cast shadows, so off. Light probes off. Motion vectors, camera motion only. And I want to say maybe per object motion. I don't know if this is what I want to make, but I'm going to be attaching this to the projectile in a second here. When I finish setting this up, I'm going to attach this to a projectile and see how it looks. And I want this to be a little bit more, yeah, to be a little bit larger, because I think that it's a little bit small for our trail. And alignment is going to be aligned to view, mask interaction none. This is the material that they assign. And yeah, let's see. Let's just make this a prefab on projectiles here. Let's delete this from here. And we can go to the first projectile and give this a projectile trail. So let's grab this. Where is the trail? I don't see the trail. Oh, here. Yeah. I have to rotate this by 90 degrees. And I want to make this on, yeah, on 0 here. 0. Maybe it starts from here. Yeah, like this. And I want this to make to be a little bit larger. Maybe 2 of scale here, to here, and to here. Let's see how it looks for now. It's going to look pretty bad, but for now I just want to test how it's looking like. And I put the thing the other way around. So let's go and change this. So instead of 90, it's going to be minus 90. And it's going to be minus 0.5. 0.5, it's the number that I'm looking for. So now I can go again and try how it's looking. It looks bad. It looks bad. I'm not going to lie to myself. It looks bad, but it's a little bit better. Let's put this trail back again, and let's see the color. I want this to be a little bit less opaque. The further it gets away from the projectile. And I think that's it for our color. Alignment to view, stretch mode, stretch. It's okay. Generate lining, shadow bias, materials, default line. Yeah, but I still want this to be. Oh, here I can modify the width, and I can make this maybe a width of 0.25. And let's see how this looks now. Let's see. Looks a little bit better. I think it still needs a little bit more width, but it's looking better. Looking better. So let's go back again, and we are just tweaking these things until they look as I want. Okay, so projectile trail effect, and maybe this from 0.25 to 0.35. And I would modify the length of it from here too, but I can't. So yeah. And let's go to our normal projectile again. And let's make this 111. Or maybe just, yeah, projectile trail, and change this on the Y as a 2. On the X as a 2. Or, yeah, on, this is a 1, 1, and let's say 2 here, or 3. So it gets stretched here. And maybe I want to make this a little bit closer to our projectile. So it looks, yeah, kind of better. And I think I could still make it a little bit. Yeah, still it's going to, from here, it's still looking like it's part of the projectile. So I think this separation is better. And I want this to be like a really, really long trail. So I'm going to scale this by 0.5. But maybe I just want to say here 1, and I'm going to scale this on the projectile itself to 0.5 here, or 5 here. So yeah, that's a little bit better. Let's just play and see how this is looking. Yeah, I think I forgot to save, so that could be the problem. And on the projectile trail effect, I want to set this to 0 so we can adjust this better. And let's go to normal projectile trail effect. And let's just delete this and re-import it, projectile trail effect. Projectile trail effect. And let's just rotate this minus 90 degrees. Let's get a separation of 0.25. And let's just save and try again. Okay, so the trail is a little bit large now because you can see the trail coming out of the back of the turret. So maybe instead of being 5, it could be 3.5. So it doesn't look weird coming out of the of the turret. Yeah, and it's I think it's still looking weird. So I'm just going to check my other project here. How did I look that? How did I make that? So here in scan lines, here. I'm just checking here the settings on the projectile that I did here. So basically, I'm doing a different version of the projectile that I already did for my previous project, Vanguard. And I'm just checking where, where is it? Could be on projectile somewhere on prefabs. And so yeah, it's not on 2D, it's not on audio, it's not on materials, and it could be on prefabs. So it's not on invaders, and it's on particles. So in not on impact particles, but on projectile somewhere. Could be here. Yeah, BFX projectile. So this BFX projectile, I'm using a trail. This trail is getting a different color here. I'm getting a scroll mode. Alignment, it's to view. Texture mode, it's stretch. Texture scale 1 by 1. Shadow bias, mass interactions, rows, aligning. And I think I set this up like, oh, I can modify the time. Yeah, the time. I didn't modify the time on the other one. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to go to my trail effect here, and I'm going to modify its timing. So here, there should be some option for time that I'm not seeing. And yeah, positions. So what's this? Size, let's just make this size 3 and see what happens. Yeah, but there's no time here. So we can compare the two projects, and here you can see here that I have time and mean vertex distance here, but I'm not seeing that on my other project because this is a line renderer. This is a line renderer, and this is a trail renderer. So maybe just let's just remove this component, trail renderer, and we know how this should look. So time. I'm just going to change the color here to 0 here. It's stretching. Materials is going to be the default. The default material here for sprites. And alignment to view, texture mode stretch. Materials, I'm just going to cough here. Okay, let's see what other settings we have that are different. So this could be 0.3, like it was on our other project, and we can try to compare what's happening in one and what's happening in the other. So 0.3 and 0.1, 0.3 and 0.1, and I'm just going to try this. So yeah, I think that's what I wanted, but I still need to modify the width. Like I want this to be to have a different shape, but it's looking better already, or as we wanted. So let's change this width from maybe it should be 0.6, 0.6 here to 0. Let's just save this and try again. And we still need to modify this a little bit to to make this look good. So maybe a 0.5, 0.5, and let's change this to not be completely 0. So I still want a little bit of width. Yeah, I think that's looking better. Yeah, that's looking better. At least for me. I think that's it's better. And maybe I can make this a little bit, yeah, a little bit less width. And let's go to a projectile trail. And instead of 3.5, I'm going to just make this 3 and make this like 0.45. And let's see how this looks. This is a lot of just adjusting and testing, adjusting, testing, because it's just visual. It's nothing about how they function, but it's about how they look. So yeah, I think that's okay. And we can go to our... But I still think that we could add something else to our projectile trail because it's looking okay, but it's not really great. So I'm going to be adding some more effects here on effects, a particle system, and this particle system is let's just try to see how this looks, so I can see. Yeah, so it's following it. And I think, yeah, it's on the direction that I want this to be. So let's go to the trail. What's this thing? I'm not sure. Okay, yes, particle system. And I want to make this, I don't want gravity here. So yeah, on the gravity modifier. And I want the simulation space to be the world. And delta time scaled. Play on wake. Yes, I want this to be play on wake. Stop action. Stop action. I think this is attached to our projectile. So once the projectile destroys itself, this is going to be destroyed already. Okay, so now I want to change this to this is going to be having another material. So this is going to have the same material that we put on our trail. This is going to be horizontal billboard, or sorry, stretched billboard. It's going to have a size of 0.3 maybe, or 0.1 or 0.2. And these are going to have a color over lifetime. That's going to be 0 of transparency. And I want to change the lifetime to 1, or I think 1 it's okay. Start speed is going to be 2 maybe, or maybe just 5, 6. And I want to change the shape on this to, instead of a cone, I want a cylinder or something. Or yeah, I think that with a cone I can modify its not its angle but its radius. Not this one, but this one, radius thickness. No. Maybe this one. Yeah, its angle. So its angle, I want this to be a 0 of angle. So when I press play, it's like really straight. And maybe I can make this have a little bit of an angle. So it's not always that straight. And it looks a little bit better. So this 3.5. And you're not seeing the options in the inspector that I'm putting, but it's just basically adjusting all of these values here. Okay, so this radius should be staying the same. And velocity over lifetime is okay. Color by speed, I don't think that I want that. Size by speed, no. Noise, collision, maybe a little bit of noise. Yeah, a little bit of noise is okay. And it could, this noise could, yeah, the calculating noise for each particle could make this a little bit expensive on performance. But we'll see about optimizing this game after we complete it. So the strength on this could be maybe 0.25 or 0.3. And yeah, that's what I want. Collisions, render. Yeah, I think that's okay. And let's just see how this looks on the projectiles. And I still have to change the emission and some other things. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to projectile trail effect. And this is a little bit too, this is not going to be looping, or is it? Yeah, it's not going to be looping. The duration is going to be maybe 1, and it's going to be, its emission is going to be 0 right over this over time, and I want this to be 10 right over distance. So yeah, instead of time, I want to use the distance that it traveled. So the start speed is going to be something like, yeah, like that is okay, 5. And make this shape be a little bit more concentrated. So maybe change this radius. I can change this radius to be like this. And let's just try again and see how it looks. So I'm really liking how it's looking, but I think this is a little bit too much particles for a projectile. So they look like smoke and they look good, but I think it's a little bit too much. So let's go to the projectile trail effect. Particle system and emission is going to be rate over distance, maybe 1. So I want this to be 1/10 of it was before. Yeah, so it looks like that. And I'm not sure I want this to be this fast. Maybe just 1 of speed. So it's kind of in the way. Like, yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, that's okay. That looks good. That's uh, we're going to go back to our. We want one of this for every projectile. So we just have one in the normal one, but I want to. Yeah, I want to copy the settings here, and it's scaled by 3. This is scaled by 3. But I think it's getting this value from our prefab, so it's okay. And okay, let's go to our projectile explosive. Let's put that trail effect here. And let's rotate it 90 degrees, minus 90, and minus 0.25. And I think that's okay. Normal projectile, it has, yeah, it's the same here. So let's go each one by one. You have 3 left to make, and it's just adding this component here that we made. It's not a component, it's a prefab here, and minus 90, 90, and minus 0.25. And we have the fire, and we need the poison now, projectile trail effect, and we can change these values of these colors later, but for now it's okay. And now I want to say here the same, minus 90 and minus 0.25. And we have one left, that's the stun one. And we're dragging this and saying the same here, minus 90, minus 0.25. And now every projectile should have these trail effects or particles. And let's see how this looks. Yeah, so basically they're all looking the same, like the same colors and stuff. But when they have different colors, they're going to be looking way better. Yeah, so let's go back to our Notion. And on projectile, we changed the design of the projectile. So we could say we did that. Because we added some more particles. So yeah. And I want to go here on my GitHub and say change or added better visuals. The projectiles basically created impact particles and trail particles for the projectiles, and changed the shape for stretched sphere. So commit to main, push to origin, and we did one of these game just tasks. And we are so far 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. I'll be right back, and we are going to continue making these game use things on here. And I'm going to make a testing build somewhere around here before leaving and returning real quick. So maybe I think we will have time. So maybe we have 2 hours, because we have to take into consideration the time to make the build and putting it on each. So maybe we can do these particles for enemy states, fire, stun, explosive, poison. We can make this in around an hour. Enemy hit. We can make this, yeah, maybe in around another hour. So I'm just going to put this here. And tomorrow we are going to be making some more game use, I think. And tomorrow it's going to be day 8. So we are not going to have a lot of time left. So yeah, we are going to be putting the game use. We are going to add some sound effects the day after, so day 9. And with the sound effects, we have to rescale the UI, change the UI. Yeah, I think with that, we are already done. Like, we don't have time for anything else. So let's just see. And when I'm back, we're going to be doing these tasks. And if we have time, we're going to be doing the ones that are on the to-do. So yeah, be right back. And I'm back. Okay, so particles for enemy states, firestone, explosive, and poison. So I think we can attach that as a new component. So let's just create. We're going to create an empty object here. And this is going to be in charge of all the particles that are related to are related to states. So this is going to be states particles. And here on here, we are going to put all the particles that are like for an effect. So for example, let's get this to, let's make this a prefab. And let's put this on our normal enemy. Enemy normal. And let's drag this to our enemy. So here it's going to be states particles. States particles. And now we can modify the states particles, and it's going to take effect on all normal enemies. So let's go to our states particles and create a new effects particle system. And I'm going to rotate this on this way, yeah, minus 90, minus 90 degrees. And for example, if I'm poisoned, I want to change this. So this is going to be the color. Yeah, I want the color to be like this. So I'm going to put color of a lifetime. I'm going to get my face minimized so you can see what I'm doing here. So yeah, color of a lifetime. I want to change this to the from yeah, I want to make this non-opaque and then get progressively more opaque as when it progresses. So over lifetime, and I want to this should loop. The duration should be 1 for now. The lifetime should be maybe 3, and the speed maybe 4. Yeah, 4. It's okay. The start size is okay, I think. And no, I think I want this to be way smaller. The speed is going to be 2. I don't want a lot of particles here. Maybe if I don't want a lot of particles, maybe I want the ones that are existing to be a little bit bigger. So I'm checking the start size. And I think that you can see anything, even if I don't put my face over it. So I'm just going to put my face anyway. Because you can see anything on those values that I'm changing for. So yeah, it doesn't matter. And okay, 3D start rotation here, and I don't want this to rotate, so it's okay. On the start color, I'm going to say here I want a green, and this is going to be. I'm going to change the name here. This is going to be poison particles. Poison particles. Yeah, so this is our poison particles, and for example, now I'm going to try how they look on our normal enemies to see how they are looking. Okay, so you can see that this enemy is these are poison enemies. So yeah, poison enemies, and I think it's a little bit too much. So what I'm going to do is here on not on projectiles, but I want to minimize all this or close the folders that I'm not going to be using, and I'm going to change here on or states particles, poison particles. I want to make this radius, or rather the emission rate over time. I want this to be maybe 2. Yeah, because I don't want this to be like covering all the screen. I want the shape of this to be, yeah, the cone is great, but I want this to be a little bit more straight, like we did with the trail for our projectiles. And 3.5, I think it's okay, like a little bit of not a perfect cylinder, but rather something more conical. And what does this do? I'm not sure, so I'm not going to touch it. Okay, so I want to change the radius too, because it's taking effect in a lot of the enemies. So I just want to say here maybe 0.5 is okay, or 0.4. 0.4 is more than okay. And I'm going to change this maybe a little bit more angle. And I'm going to put a little bit of noise as we did before. So yeah, so a little bit of noise, and the strength is not going to be that much strength. I could make that these particles here are not, they don't have a really long lifetime, so they don't get too far because they were getting too close to our camera that's on the center of the screen, but up. So I don't want this to be I don't want this to be like on your face, because if that's the case, you are not going to be able to see what's happening with your turret or where the enemies are coming from. So I want this to have a little bit of less of lifetime. And let's just see. You can see here that the particles are noticeable, but are not obstructing anything. So I think these are great. Maybe I can give them a little bit more lifetime, so they get a little bit closer to your camera, but not too close that it's covering it. So let's get back to the poison particles, and let's go to our lifetime. And yeah, lifetime could be 1.1, 1.25, let's say. And let's change the speed from 2 to 175. And yeah, I think maybe on the noise, we could go a little bit weaker on the noise, maybe from 0.3 to 0.25. And our duration is going to be 1.25 because that's the lifetime of our particles. And let's save and let's try and see how that looks. Okay, so that's working. Yeah, that's working. Still, you can see, you can still see. Okay. Now we have to change the rate of spawning for the enemies, but we are going to be doing that later. But I think we should have a reminder for that in here on balancing. On delay. Yeah, I think we have that, so it's okay. So particle for enemy states, we have fire, fire, stun, explosion, explosive, and poison. So I'm going to put here a to-do list for fire, explosion, uh, poison, and stun. So maybe for the explosion, we are not going to need a particle. Yeah, I don't think we are going to need a particle for an effect because it's not applying an effect, but it's we're going to need a particle for the area it's of the explosion. So yeah, I'm going to use have this here, and it's not going to be like a uh, states particle, but it's going to be a particle anyway. So we have the poison particle. It's kind of okay. We don't need anything too complicated. I just want you to know the state of the enemy, like the state if it's poison, if it's poison, if it's on fire, if it's stunned. Uh, so yeah, that's enough. We don't need to make pretty complicated particles. It's just some simple ones that are explaining what's happening. So yeah, on the fire here, let's get back. I think I could close this because I don't need all of the scripts open or these folders open. Yeah, so let's go to our. I don't need this to be open either, and I'm just going to minimize these folders that I'm not using, so it's a little bit more organized. And these materials we don't need, and 3D we don't need here. Textures, I don't think we need any of this, but our prefabs, and that's the 6 particles. So I'm duplicating this. I'm going to disable this and make these particles called or give this name, give these particles the name fire particles. Fire particles here, and I'm just going to check the streams are running just without any problems because the last stream that we had to cut the stream like when we were 3 hours and a half into the stream because we were having some problems. But I think everything's okay here. Yeah, it seems like it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Here. Yeah, everything seems to be working as normal. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go back to here and let me just drink some water. Now the fire particles, I want them to be using another material, basically the material that we've been using for all the other particles, but the poison particle. So it's this one, the default, and I don't want this to be like this because I want this to be a little bit smaller. I want this to be stretched, so stretch. I want this to have on the noise. I want this to be a little more noise. Yeah, more noise. So maybe not that much, but maybe this is okay. 5. Frequency could be a little bit. No, it's okay. And let's see. So a fire should have uh, more particles. So I'm going to multiply by 2.5 because we were using 2. Now we are using 5 particles each second. And its shape should have, yeah, I think that this shape is okay. But the thing is, I want to make the color over lifetime different. So instead of it being like this, like it starts without opacity, like it's transparent, and it gets more opaque when the time it's advancing. I want to do the opposite here, but I want this to be like like this on 75. So from a 75%, like basically three quarters into the color change for the lifetime of this, I want to start changing that. So more like this, and I want this to start as pure red, like super red. Then it gets more like around 25 here, 25. I want this to be a more orange color. Then I want this to be on 50%, maybe. I want this to be a little bit more white. And then I want this from 75, 75 here. A little bit more gray here. And here I want this to be completely black. So let's see how this looks. Let's press play. And yeah, we have a problem here because basically we're assigning here, we are changing our color and we just want this to be white. So yeah, here. So I think we need this. We need to make this. I think lifetime is okay. But what we need to do is make this smaller. So maybe 0 0.1. 0 0.1 is okay. And make this emission 10 particles or maybe 15. So it looks fuller. And let's see how this looks now. So they should look like these are on fire. So yeah, they look a little bit like they are on fire. Yeah, I think I like how they look. Maybe we can make these particles a little bit bigger. But I think it's, you get the idea of how these are looking. Okay, so main camera. No, I think I need to change this here. So maybe I can make this this size instead of 0 0.1, 0 0.15. So a little bit bigger. And the noise here, I want to make a little bit more strength. I want to be maybe from 0.35 to 0.4. And for quality, the quality could be just medium quality. And should this have trails? I don't think this should have trails. But let's just see what we can do here. because we don't have a material assigned for this. A trail material in the render. Yeah, I don't think we need to overcomplicate this. So let's just leave it as with no trails. And I think that we have this effect too. So this is done. Let me just drink a little bit of water, and you can see here when I put this on full screen that you can see how these are looking. And these look quite good to me. Like you can tell that they are on fire. Like you could, it's easy to see that they have some kind of effect applied to them. So yeah. Go to our Notion and let's check this. So we have fire and poison. We need the stun one. So for the stun one, I'm thinking maybe like in cartoons and stuff, you see that when someone gets stunned or it gets like dizzy, there's like maybe well in some cartoons there are like birds going around their head, and then in others it's like just pops or uh, yellow stuff like it symbolizing they are dizzy or stunned. So that's what I want to make here. Uh, so yeah, let's just make that. Let's go to our states particles, and I'm going to start from the poison particles here. I'm going to activate them, and I'm going to call them stun particles. Stun particles. And okay, so how should these ones look? I don't know. I'm just going to try and see what happens. So maybe we can change the shape for this one to be a circle maybe. So I want this to go the around the enemy. And I think we can make this by, or yeah, I think maybe just let's just change the color. I'm going to use another material for this. I'm going to use the default here, default for sprites. I'm going to change this the size. I don't want this to be too big. I want this to be noticeable enough. And this circle is not serving my purpose, so maybe I'm just going to change it. So let's go to our shape here. And circle instead of circle, it's going to be a donut, maybe a donut, or be a box. Oh, a box is I don't know. Could be rectangle. What's the difference? Yeah, let's just make this. We could use the cone like we were using before, but I think I actually going to use a box. So this box is going to be, yeah, these dimensions are kind of right. So I'm just going to change the emission here. So I think this emission is great. It's working all right for this one. And color over lifetime. I don't want this to, I don't want this to start like that. Maybe I'm just going to say here the color is not going to change, but what's going to change is its size over lifetime. So on its size, I want to make that on the middle it gets to the top, and it gets progressively, like this is the curve that's going to describe the size of this. So I made this curve here, and yeah, I think these are looking a little bit like I want them to look. So yeah, what's the noise doing here? I think these are okay. Maybe instead of a yellow one, we could use a light blue, because our projectile is light blue, so we can use the same color to symbolize the same, like the stun projectile colliding or impacting that enemy. So let's see how they look. Yeah, I think that look good. Like that looks good. And now we have these states particles. So the how is this going to work? I want to say here, okay, when, for example, a stun projectile collides with the enemy, I want to activate the stun particles, and when the effect passes, like it's already over, I want to just disable the stun particles. Okay, so we are disabling this as default. Going back, I'm going to create a new script, but before that, I'm going to our Notion. I'm going to put stun done, and I'm going to create explosion particles now. Is how are we doing with time? Okay, so we are doing pretty good with time. I think we're going to be able to do one more task that I from what I thought before, or what I said before. But let's just not say that now. Let's just uh make or what's this? Okay, yeah. What do we have to do? Yeah, the particles for the explosion. So when the explosion happens, I want to have on the projectiles. Let's see, where's the prefabs? Yeah, here, prefabs, projectiles. I need the projectile explosive. And on explosion radius, I want to add something. So basically here I'm going to have my particles. And I want to put here, let's say effects here, particle system, explosion, particles. And I'm going to make this also basically a 0, 0, 0, and make this a prefab here on projectiles. And I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go to the projectile explosive, going to explosion radius, and I'm going to make this a child of the explosion radius. So explosion particles is a child of explosion radius. And then I'm going to make the explosion particles here. So how do I want this to look? I want this to be basically like really similar to the projectile impact in itself, but I want it to be like horizontal. I want you to be doing this on like on the ground, you know, so you get the size, you know, exactly the size of the explosion radius. So instead of having animation here that's like this, I'm going to have just a burst here, burst of 1. And on on start speed it's going to be 1, on start lifetime 1, 1, because I want this to be short. And I'm going to do the same as before, like doing this thing with the renderer here, particles and lit, and this could be our particle. This is not going to move, so I'm just going to go here. Yeah, here, and I'm going to say here on renderer, the build instead of billboard is going to be horizontal. So yeah, and this is not going to be moving, so I want its shape to be really small, and its speed is going to be 0. Start bit instead of 1, it's going to be 0. But what I want to change, it's size over lifetime. So I want this to get shrunk. Yeah, get shrunk, and I want this to be really big, like maybe let's go to our projectile explosive. Let's go to our explosion radius, and it has a radius of 4.5 that you can see here, 4.5. So basically, that's a radius. It's going to be applying the explosion. And yeah, let's go back to our particles. I'm going to put my camera again. Yeah, explosion particles here, and I'm going to say here in size, start size is going to be size of 4.5. And I'm going to put another effects here, particle system. It's going to be halo, like the same we did before. Halo, and I'm going to, I could duplicate this instead of doing it from scratch. Just Control C, Control B, and I'm going to say here. Okay, so first of all, I don't want to use this material. I want to use the halo material that we created. Halo material. I'm going to press pause and play. So it's yeah, it's it refreshes or updates, and let's make this have, or yeah, its size over lifetime is going to be the other way around. So it's going to be like this. So you know what's the range. And this is 4.52, but I want to make this a little bit shorter. So yeah, a little bit shorter, because the width of the halo here, it's taking some space. So I want you to know like exactly where and where's taking effect that explosion. So you have that. I think I want the duration to be slightly slightly less. So maybe the lifetime could be 0.5 and 0.5 for this one too. And yeah, I think that's okay. So let's just try and see how it looks. Okay, so let's just wait until we have to fire a projectile. That's this one is the fire projectile, and I should I should be able to fire some of these enemies. And yeah, there's going to be a problem anyway. That's because our explosion radius is getting deleted in 0.1 seconds after it spawns. So before deleting itself, we should do something else. So let's see on our projectile. Yeah, we need to go to scripts here. We need to go to player. No, it's on. Is it on player? Yeah, on player we have the projectiles, and the projectiles we have the explosion radius, and yeah, we are destroying ourselves. But I want to make on enable instead of just doing this. I want to do other stuff too. So I'm just going to say, yeah, I want to delete this object. But before that, I want to check get component, and I'm going to start this on a game object. Go, and it's going to be equal to uh, game object maybe, or get component, or is it transform? Get component in children. Yeah, in children, and I want to get the component game object. And I'm going to say after this, if the game object is not null, like we grab the component, it's not still existing. Sorry, I want to say here, okay, grab that game object, and I want this its parent, that transform that parent, to be null. So I don't want to be the parent of this child anymore. That's a pretty sad story. Uh, so yeah, we are going to just wait until it loads here and see if the parent is abandoning and let's see if the parent is abandoning its child as it should. Well, yes, in this case, a parent shouldn't abandon its child. Okay, let's try to get an explosive here. This is an explosive one. The thing is, I don't know how to shoot, and it's my own game. Okay, so I'm not getting the particles. Okay. Um, let's go back to our explosion particles. And let's go back to our projectile. So we have the script there. And let's just check if we are getting, if we are doing this. Debug that log. Or abundance child. Let's just wait and try again if this is happening, because if that's happening, a message should appear on the console there. Okay, I didn't. I'm missing all the shots. And again. Okay, now. Oh, I forgot I'm rotating to the other. This game, it's pretty. I'm not the best gamer. And yeah, there's a problem. So basically, this is not happening anywhere. So I think that maybe this could be because I'm on projectile. Okay, so should this be active? This is active. And this is looping. Okay, this shouldn't loop. This should happen only one time. Stop action should be destroy. And okay, I think I need to change this from the prefab itself. So let's go to explosion variables and say here looping is not what we want. And the stop action is going to destroy. And play on awake, it's okay to play on awake. And let's just save this. Let's just press play. Okay, I should be able to use. Okay, but it's not happening. Yeah, I'm not getting any particles. And am I getting a message somewhere? I don't think so. I don't have any message on my console, so this is not getting called. Maybe I can just say here, instead of getting the object here, I could say serialized field, private game object, and it's going to be called explosion particles, and maybe these particles are not being called because I just want to comment this, and I should say here, okay, yeah, I want to make this part null, but before that, I want to make this go that or game object that set active, and I want this to be true. So I want to activate it, but before I should have it deactivated because should be happening only on awake. So maybe that could be the problem. So yeah, I want this to be disabled as default, and I want to activate that with the script or in the script. So yeah, now I should be able to fire, but I'm not good at firing. Uh, oh, I'm so bad at this game. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Yeah, it's not happening. Okay, so let's just for debugging, I think I could go here and go to our player and make our increase our chances of firing. I think we have pretty good chances of firing already. So let's see. Let's just unpause this. But are we firing just the firing one? Negative says, nice looking particles. Thank you, Nagrav, and welcome to the stream. We are making some game use for our game, just basically making things look good, and some screen shake so it looks more potent. Getting some feedback there. And how are you doing? Like yesterday we weren't on stream because it wasn't like my rest day. So yeah, tell me how are you? Okay, so here I'm not sure if we are spawning the explosive projectiles because I just see fire ones. Could that be the problem? I just see fire. Okay, so I'm just saying, so we know that we are spawning the explosive projectiles. I'm going to go to our. No, I'm not going to here. So yeah, we have this assigned. And I'm going to, or player shooter. Yeah, player shooting script. And I'm going to check where get new projectile index. Yeah, so this should be, um, this is giving us our new projectile to fire. And Negro says, I'm doing good. My time zone changed to the winter one this weekend, so I'll probably come 1 hour later than usual on streams from now on. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry, and thank you for joining another stream. This is day 7 already of making a game in 10 days. So we are doing pretty good. Actually, we have done a lot of progress, and I think for today, I want to have something on each that you can play. So basically, a small demo that you can play and tell me what you think about the game at this point. And I'm not sure when the time zone is going to change here, but it's going to change uh, sometime. So sometime it will be having our normal schedules again. Okay, so if the rand values is lower or as much as the spawn chance, I want to add to the list. Okay, so I just want to know if debug.log here, or if res is equal to 1, I want to say debug.log explosive. And I'm going to put all in uppercase, explosive projectile. So just so I know. And Negative says, you're in southern hemisphere, so it makes sense to change at different time. Yeah, so we are just in summer here, so yeah, pretty different time. Or I think we changed our time zone already before, so I'm not really sure. I should know this stuff, but I don't know it. So yeah, let's just check if this is the problem, because we have a problem right now on the game. Because we are testing some particles for the explosive, yeah, the explosive projectiles, but I think I'm not seeing those projectiles anywhere. So yeah, because I'm seeing the fire ones, I'm seeing all the other ones, but the explosive ones are nowhere to be found. Oh yeah, so there I have an explosive projectile, and it says I have an error on that one. So yeah, that was not the problem. The explosive projectiles are spawning. So I can delete this and press save. And now I can go to our projectile explosion radius. And I think here is where we have the error. And I should have pressed pause before. But it's okay. Yeah, I think here's where we have the error. The parent is not abandoning its child. But I think because the error is happening because I'm doing something wrong here. So getting the component wrong. I'm just going to say here, I'm not getting it here. I'm just doing something with it. So basically I want to make this and uncomment this and change these two lines for explosion particles. Now we should assign that on our explosion or projectile explosive here. And on explosion radius, it should yeah, be dragged here. So you can see that because I'm on the way, but I just assigned the variable to in the inspector. Now let's see. So this is a fire projectile, and let's wait until we get an explosive one. Okay, so this next one is going to be, yeah, and we have arrange. Uh, okay, let's just try this again. Let's see if we can make or we can get an explosive projectile, and the next projectile is going to be explosive. So I want to fire it, and I press pause so we can see step by step what's happening. So let's wait until this collides with the bat. So now it collided. There's the particles, and there should be something called explosion radius here, and explosion particles here. So the explosion radius, it's way bigger than the explosion particles, and this shouldn't be the case. Negrov says, by the way, will you later make poison enemies have a green tint? I was thinking of just applying some particles, and we have the particles already. Um, so maybe, maybe we could do that. I'm going to say here on particles for the enemy states. So we did some particles for the enemy states, but we could also have some colors for them. Particles and colors. Colors for enemy states. So fire, and I'm going to say make another list here. So basically here particles and colors here. And I think that on impact we could make have them we could make them have a color too. So maybe this could be another task. Yeah, I'm going to separate this to another task. Colors. So this is just particles for the projectiles or for the enemy states, and colors for the enemy states. So this is Unity programming, and this is going to be yeah, I'm going to do a to-do list here, and color for fire, color for poisoned, color for stunned, and color for I'm not sure if the color if the explosion should have a color, but rather when on impact on hurt, color color on impact hurt yeah. And we are putting this where enemy hit, and I think the enemy hit it's just going to be maybe the same as what I did on my previous game. Like it just shrinks the enemy for a moment. So let's just make this here, and we have a lot of tasks here, but this is day 7, so yeah, maybe we can finish all these tasks here on day tomorrow, like on day 8. We are redesigning and making sure the UI works, and adding music and sound effects on day 9, and we are going to do the final polishing and maybe see if we can put some post-processing on the game by day 10. And I think that's going to be all that we can do, because we have all of these ideas too that are really cool, but the time is not that much. So we have to prioritize making these things that are essential, and then make then let's see, we'll see if we can make some of this stuff. I'll be back in a second, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Is it focusing? Yeah. Okay, so let's just finish this, and we have to make sure this is the correct size. So we have this explosion radius size here. That's 4.5. And I'm going to make a copy of this, the explosion radius, so we can see while we modify this. Okay, so here I want to delete this, remove this component from here, because this explosion radius is going to disappear now. So next step, and next step, and next step, next step, next step. So yeah, it disappeared. And yeah, I think that I lost the other one too. But okay, so this, let's just see if this gets to where we went, where we what we wanted. So yeah, it's lacking some size. So let's go to our projectile explosive, and this is the explosion radius that we can see here. And the explosion particles are I could use press play here, I think, because these are just particles, but I don't know why it doesn't let me see them here. Let's just duplicate this, or rather than better than duplicating it, let's just drag another one here on explosion particles here, and we can see let's just 0.1 of playback, so you can see yeah, but when I press stop, it's getting yeah, okay. So now that we have that running, I can go to explosion radius, and it's a lot bigger. So I could go to my explosion particles and say, okay, I need this size instead of 4.5. I want this to be, I can maybe modify the scale of this by 3. And let's see how this looks. Explosion particles here. And I'm going to the projectile explosion particles so we can see the radius, explosion radius. And it's still too small. I'm just going to delete this one. Go to explosion radius and say here, okay, what's the explosion radius? It's this size. And explosion particles, it's not that size. So I'm just dragging another explosion particles here. And it's not working. So maybe I can change the values here. 999. Let's press play. And yeah, I'm not sure why it's not getting scaled. So let's just delete this. Delete. Explosion particles. Let's make 111. And you can see, but I'm modifying the scales here. And I'm going to make the size, instead of 4.5, what I have here is 4.5. I'm going to make this by 3, so 13.5, 13.5. And let's see if this is a little bit better. Let's go on our projectile explosive. Let's put explosion particles here again, so we can just check. And the explosion radius is, I don't know why it's not getting scaled, because it should be way bigger, and it's not, like the scaling is not taking effect. Explosion particles. Yeah, I think this is not the way to change the size. It's going to delete this. Let's go back again to the explosion particles. And oh, someone probably already had this problem. Yeah, I can look it on Google, like, but I think it's just the way that this work. Because if I just scale them here, I think these are working, because I can, let's make something really big, like something like 30. And let's go back to our projectile explosive. And I think this works. Like if I now drag this to here, now this works. And you can see it's bigger, right? No, it's not working. Okay, I'm just going to listen to your advice and search it on Google. So particles not scaling inside an object, or yeah, particles not scaling in Unity. For anyone, set scale of game objects inside the prefabs all to 1. In the root prefab game set, in particle system attribute, scaling mode to local. Scaling mode to local. So maybe I touched something that I didn't, or I should have touched. So on explosion particles, we have our scaling mode on local. And what does it say here? Game objects inside the prefabs alt 1 in the root prefab. Game objects set particle system scaling mode to local. So yeah, we have the scaling mode to local, and it's still not working. And here it's the same, scaling mode local. And an explosion particular explosive here. Yeah, we are not changing the values anywhere. So that's not, or let's just change the size here. Maybe just something really big. So 100. Let's press play. And no. And if we change the scale here, we press play, and it's the same. Is it taking any effect here? I don't think so. Yeah, let's just search on Google and see what we can find. Okay, how can I scale a particle system? I'm going to open this on another tab. Auto scale particle system. To hierarchy. Local scaling mode not working. How to deal with parallel scaling issue. Okay, I think one of these will work for us. Let's see. So I want to scale down generated from prefab particle effect. Basically the same that we were doing in our project. I found this thread by Googling scale shuriken particle system by parent transform. And okay, so here he's changing the way the scaling mode on with code. So yeah, it's not scaling it by itself, won't do anything, and I think it's to do with the other scales within the particle system itself. Let's just say here, or let's just try here to drag an explosion particle, explosion particles here, And let's just change this from scaling mode local to hierarchy. Let's just press play. I think it's the same, but let's just see now if we make it, I don't know, 4 times size. If it scales, yeah, it's basically the same. No effect applied. And yeah, let's just delete this and keep searching. Let's open this. Pretty late, 3 years passed, but I had the same problem and solved by adding following to my script. Lossy scale, local scale, new vector, transform local scale. So let's see what he's doing here. If the lossy scale, x is -0, -0, it's transforming the local scale, new vector 3, transform that local scale x. So it's inverting the value from negative to positive and to positive from to negative. And it's saying transform, okay, basically the same here. But I don't need it. I don't need this to happen at runtime. I'm not having. I don't want to scale this at runtime, even though I could do it. But I just want to do this on my prefab because I want this to be exact. The script is not working. The particle of prefab I have off. Okay. So could it be that this is? Could it be that this is related to an option here, because the start size is not. Maybe just let's delete this for now, and we'll reassign it later once we have this sorted out. So this is now 30 start size. So this is for 25. So yeah, the scale here is not changing because you can see that, and I'm going to put this to 1. This should be way bigger. This one should be way bigger. Or maybe it's because these are getting scaled. Like the scaling on this one is depending on the other one. Display. 4.25 here. And let's make this a big number and see what happens here. I'm not sure what's happening. 1. Let's just duplicate or triplicate this. 3.25 times 3. But I'm not sure why it looks like that. Because when I have this on a lower size, it doesn't look that way. You can see the size of our lifetime is different. Yeah, okay, so let's just make this 4.25 like it was before and make this bigger. So scale it. So 555. And this is getting it bigger, I think. Yeah. Let's just scale this by 4.5, 4.5, and 4.5. Play. And we can try that. Particular explosive, and on explosion radius, I have to put the explosion particles. And now I can assign this here. So now let's try this again, and see how this how it looks. So yeah, we have to wait until we get an explosive one. This is fire. Done. I'm not getting any explosives now. These explosives, these ones are fire, not explosive ones. Oh, I missed one. I just got one explosive, but I missed it. I'm not sure why I'm not getting any explosives now. Like it could be chance, but still. It's just fires. Just fires, fires, fires. They're oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just going to okay, save this. I'm going to go to player and increase the chances of so basically just 0 here, 0 on here, 0 on here. So I just get the explosive ones. And it's on 20 chance of appearing, so it should happen quite often. And it's not working. I think we have a problem with the way we are getting the projectiles, I think, because now I'm on 20 chance of having an explosive projectile, but I'm not getting these projectiles like almost never. I'm getting these projectiles almost never. So let's go to our player. Let's make let's make this 100. Yeah, and still. Okay, so I'm just going to go to our player. Instead of making this like a huge number, I'm going to put everything on 10, but instead of having a normal projectile, I'm going to assign the explosive projectile. I'm going to replace it for the normal one. Okay, let's just wait. We have an enemy. Okay, now we should be able to see the explosion particles here. But we need to pause before this happens because we need to see when the projectile collides. Before it collides, we need to be close. So now I think this one is going to collide with an enemy here. Where's the enemy? Oh, here. Yeah, here. So maybe just let's step, 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 until it collides. Okay, now we have an explosion radius here. I have an explosion radius. And I can say, so basically this is going to be destroying itself, but let's see if I remove this component first. Negro says, there's 1 hour left of stream, right? Yes, that's correct. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to do this because we have to make a testing build. So before, when we have maybe half an hour left of stream, I'm just going to left everything that I'm doing and try to make an itch page for this game, and so you can play what we have at this point. And it's going to actually make us lose less time on our future, because we already going to have the page set up on itch. Can't wait to test it. I hope you like it, because well, it's not finished, so we still have to try a lot of stuff, but it's going to be great because you can then tell me what exactly is that you don't like and what should be improved. But still, consider that we also have to do all of this stuff. So yeah, that's going to be awesome. And okay, let's just try to use the hour that we have left the best as we can, the best we can. So let's just analyze this and see what's happening here. So the explosion radius should be, yeah, let's go 1 step forward, 2, 3, 4, and this goes away. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. And I think that's most of the size that's going to be getting. So I'm going to put another explosion projectile explosive right around here maybe. And I want to check the explosion radius again. It's most I think we need like double the size that we have now. Like it's getting until this point. I think we need like double the size, maybe. So let's go to explosion particles, and I think here let's just go to 9 and 9, 9, 9, 9. And I think what we need to do here is go to our projectile explosive, remove this, and add this again, explosion particles. And I have to assign this again. And let's try again and try to shoot it. And one thing I want to, maybe the visuals are not that important, but one thing I want to improve for the game test is that you can actually shoot the ones, the projectiles that you shoot are actually have equal chances of appearing, or are dependent on the chances that you already acquired on the upgrades. Okay, now we can go here and let's just select this and press step, 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 and it collided. Now we have this explosion radius. And okay, so this is the radius. It's basically going until this point on the turret. Like half of the turret is covered by the radius. And the particles here are not getting any bigger. Yeah, they're not getting any bigger. So let's go to explosion particles, or particle explosive. Explosion particles, let's delete this, save. Explosion particles, let's go again, this. Let's go this 16 by 16 by 16. Sayiji! Hello! How are you, Sayiji? Sayiji is one of my my friends from Chile. He actually just speaks Spanish, so I'm just going to talk a little bit of Spanish with him to just welcome him to the stream. ¿Qué onda, Sayiji? ¿Cómo estás? Aquí andamos en otro stream tratando de hacer un juego en 10 días. y estamos en el día 7. Todo piola. Y qué bueno que te pasaste aquí un momentito a saludar o lo que sea. Estamos haciendo todo en inglés, así que voy a volver a hablar inglés ahora en un momentito porque es como todo el público que está acá o todas las personas que se conectan están hablando inglés. So yeah, we're back to speaking English. I hope that wasn't too much for you guys, for you negro. And says increíble, póngale bueno. It says like Jose. Okay, so basically my friends from uni are joining the stream here. Hola Jose, ¿cómo estás? Um, so yeah, if you see people here that are writing on or yeah, that are sending messages on Spanish, it's because of that. Just friends from where I studied from university, and yeah, we're making game in 10 days, and we are fixing some explosion particles here. We are having a scaling issue where our particles are not scaling, where and not getting to the size that should be, because we want the particle size to be the same size as the radius of the explosion here. So let's just press play and let's see if we can get some more info of how this thing is looking related to the size of the explosion radius. So is this going to collide with it? Let's see. Let's press just step. Okay, yeah. So it collided and we have explosion radius here. But now we have to make sure this is the correct size. So we have the projectile particles here, the impact particles. We have the radius here, but I'm not seeing the explosion radius particles. Maybe I forgot to add this. And Matías Lobos. Hola Matías, ¿qué onda? Gracias por el comentario. So we are just checking again if we added to this prefab here on the projectile explosive. Oh yeah, we forgot, or well, I forgot to add this to the explosion radius. So I'm just going to add the explosion particles to the explosion radius here. And on explosion radius, I'm going to, you can see this, so I'm going to get out of the way. So just drag here the explosion particles. So I assign them on the script that we're using here. And yeah, let's, this should be saved. And now we are going to try again. And hopefully we can get something that's playable for our test on the edge. And okay, so this is working, but let's see if this is going to collide. Yeah, it collided with this enemy, and we have an explosion radius here. So we can see this is the radius of the of where the explosion should be happening, and we have some explosion particles here. But is this you can see here on the scale, for example, we're having some scaling issues here because it says 12, 8, and 8. And we had 16, 16, and 16. So that's not working as we wanted. Diego, se unieron todos, loco, ¿qué está pasando acá? Un saludito para todos los cabros que están viendo aquí de la universidad. Para el Sayigi, para el Diego, para el Matías Lobo, para el José. Muchas gracias. Yeah, entonces, so we are just checking if this scale is related to what we were changing before. And it should be, 16, 16, and 16 here, but it's not, that's not what's happening. So let's just make a step here, step. And you can see that the size is not the one that we wanted. It's basically staying the same, even though we modified the scales. a lot of times already, and it's not taking effect. So maybe instead of just modifying this again and see if it's working, let's just say the let's just search on or let's just search on Google what's the problem with this scaling of particles. And Matías Lobos, una duda, ¿te acomodas si comparto tu directo en el WhatsApp de nuestro año? No, me da lo mismo, pero en general estoy como hablando todo en inglés. Entonces, sí, como que igual quiero mantener en inglés porque toda la gente que me ha visto ahora está hablando puro inglés. Eh, entonces, no sé. Haz lo que tú quieras, no me molesta, pero solo para que tú sepas. Uh, okay, so sorry if I speak too much Spanish, because yeah, again, some of my friends from university of where I live are on the chat. Román, un saludo para el José. José, un saludo. Igual después ahí hablamos por Discord y todo. Oh, and talking about Discord, I'm thinking of creating a Discord community where I can where I can share some of the stuff that I'm working on, or maybe you remember Negrev, like one of our first terms together, we you sent me some screenshots of something that we were doing. What did you say? It makes sense to reply to Spanish comment in Spanish. Also makes sense. But I find, and then it cuts your message. So sorry if I spoke Spanish there. So I'm just going back to English. Sorry. Okay, so let's just search here. And yeah, what I was saying, I'm thinking I could make a Discord server for YouTube. Oh, but I find it cool. You can read it you can read it faster in Spanish. Yeah, because I'm not really used to like yeah, it's my native tongue, so I'm not really used to reading or speaking a lot in English. I just do my best. And well, and Spanish comes natural to me. Okay, so we were here and we didn't find anything that was solves our problem. So let's see. I was experimenting with particles today and ran into an odd issue. Maybe I'm missing something basic, but it seemed like a bug. Here's a simple particle. It's a single game object with a single particle system that just spins in a circle. After reading about the scaling modes, it seemed the case that if I selected local for scaling mode, I would be able to scale the transform of this game object and see the results in my particle. Yeah, it's basically the same that we are the same problem that we are experiencing. And says, however, when I scale the y value, no matter how much, there is no change to the particle appearance. Yeah, but the problem with scaling y, maybe the problem that he's having here is if you scale y on on basically an object that doesn't have a volume in y, it's going to stay the same. It's like multiplying by 0. But still, scaling a set value instead set results in the outcome I want. Set relationship. Oh, maybe it's because the problem could be because there's something here. So yeah, on our projectile explosive, we are putting this particle here, and the size it's related to the size is related to the size that we have here. So we have 0.75 here, 0.5 here, and 0.5. So maybe instead of having a particle here that we are activating, I'm going to just delete this. And on explosion radius, I'm going to yeah, we have the variable here, and instead of saying transform that parent equal null or anything here, we are going to generate or spawn this particle. So instantiate to create a new to spawn this particle, and explosion particles is the name. I want to grab the same position that we are at right now, and the quaternion identity, that's the default rotation of the object. But the problem now, well, I don't think there's going to be any problem now. But I just wanted to modify the size of this particle from here. That's going to be the only problem. Is going to be harder for me to actually see what my scaling is doing. Okay, so now let's wait for an enemy to appear. So here, and let's just fire to another one, so we have more time for the bullet to go to that enemy. And I have to shoot one first. Okay, so now there's explosion radius here, and we have a projectile impact particle, and we need another projectile, another particle called enemy, or sorry, explosive explosion particles. That's the name. So we have some enemies here. We need yeah, okay, so here I'm having an error. You can see in the console. I didn't assign the variable, so that's the problem that we're having. And let's go back to our projectile explosive, and on explosion. Yeah, here I have to assign. Here you can see because I'm on the way, but here I have to assign this explosion particles. So it has a reference to that object, and it can't spawn it because now I was getting an error because it wasn't assigned. Let's wait for an enemy to spawn here. And let's see if we are. I think we're, yeah, on a great path on this projectile to collide with an enemy. And let's just step. And it collided. Now I have the explosion radius here, and we have the projectile impact here. But what we want is called it's called explosion particles, and they are here. So we have the radius and the particles. Let's just step until we get close to. Okay, I should wait a little bit until so I can visualize this better. Let's just try this again. And we have 45 minutes, so I just want to finish this and try to make a page on each. Oh, I can't believe I missed that by a little. Okay, now step, and explosion radius, or explosion particles clone. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And now it starts shrinking, and when it starts shrinking, now, okay, so basically this is the size, and it's getting smaller the more I get close to it. This is weird. The more I get close to it, it's getting smaller. So maybe that could be something, and that could be a part of the error. Is making an each page difficult? No, it's not difficult, but it could take some time. So I don't want the page to be blank. I want to have some information. So for someone that's coming to the page, it doesn't look like to blank, and it's kind of, it looks fishy when it's a blank page, because it could be a bit virus or anything. But even though you know it's not a virus because you're here with me and seeing what I'm doing. Okay, so impact particles. So here I want to see again. I'm going to put an explosive or explosion. Yeah, projectile explosive here, and I'm going to see explosion radius. So this should be. Let's see if we grab these particles here and we scale them. Because you can see the scale here on these particles is 0.75, 0. Or this is, no, this is the scale of the projectile. So this one here on projectile impact particles or on explosion particles, it's 888. And maybe if we put here 16, 16, 16. Yeah, but you can see that I'm changing the scale and nothing is happening. Necro says, imagine if you're doing all this work just to make people trust it's not virus, but it actually is. That would be so hard for people like to trust me again. If I put the virus and I'm just it's just an excuse of these 10 days of streaming. It's just an excuse to put the virus on people's computer. Yeah, but don't worry, it's not. That's not the case. And okay, so there's nothing that changes if I scale it. So maybe if I scale it from here, and of course it's not going to take effect because I actually have to step again. So yeah, after this step, it's a little bit better, but still. Let's just say I'm going to double this in on the prefab here, and let's save it and press space again. Let's try this again. Fire projectiles, let's say. Problem is that I'm trying to pause, but when I try to pause, it's the focus of like it gets off the game, so it's not taking my input anymore. Okay, let's step. Now we have our particles, and I think particles are better this time. Explosion radius. Let's see. Because this is the size, like it's you can see we're going to take as reference this turret, and it's over that turret, so it's going over that turret. So the particles should do the same, going over. And I still think we need to multiply this like 4 times, 4 more times, or by okay. So here on particular explosive or explosion particles, instead of 16, it's going to be times 2, times 2, and times 2. So 32 by 32 by 32. And let's just save and try again. I didn't think or thought that this task would take me that much time. Okay, now. Okay, now step. Okay, here explosion radius, we can see it's kind of touching this barrel here. So we can take that as a reference. And let's see the explosion particles here. Like step, 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 step. They should get to here. And now I think they're growing a little bit, but still. That's so bad. Let's just multiply another time and let's see what happens. Because I think it's just a thing of scaling now. It's about scaling now. And maybe it's super boring to see this, but sometimes things are just trying to see what works, and when it works, it's okay, and we can go to another task. But if it's not working, then it's like just trying and trying and trying until it works. Oh, and we missed that by so little. Okay, now here, let's go to, this is our explosion radius, and it's basically on the turret, and these are particles. So I don't think that scaling is working. Because the thing is that sometimes works, so I get encouraged to just change these numbers here on top, like to change these numbers, because sometimes I see that it's changing, but now it's not. So let's just make this a 9, or yeah, 9 here, and let's see again. And if it's not, then I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But we have half an hour. We have half an hour, so we have like 6 minutes to solve this problem. And I think that's working. Is that working? Now we can see the explosion radius and the particles, explosion particles here. Yeah, it's basically over our turret. And yeah, I think it's mostly working. We have to still change this. Maybe this is a 10 and this is a 10 too. So it's roughly size of the explosion radius. Let's see. Okay, let's step. And I missed that. Okay, let's just pause here after we get. I paused before. Okay, now we have a projectile that's on a great path to collision with an enemy. And thank you, Negrip. And I think this is like the ultimate test. This is going to be the last one. Explosion radius. So yeah, about here, it's like 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4.5. It's here. So let's just say here that should get to here, about here. So let's just check, and it should be a little bit more, have a little bit more size on explosion particles. Let's just say 12 and 12 star size. But the thing is, sometimes I change values and it works, and sometimes I change the same values and it doesn't work. So I'm not sure what to do, because it's like, okay, is this a problem that I should fix, or it's just that I have to change, keep changing those values? Okay, explosion radius. So yeah, about here. Should be about here. I'm going to be real close. And let's step. Okay, so it's not working on this camera, but it is working on the other one. So basically here. And I think that was the problem. So maybe I just have to. So yeah, here it's looking great, but here I think it was. Yeah, if you can see, I'm getting this particle is getting scaled down depending on how close I am to this particle. So that was our problem, and that's what I couldn't figure out before. So yeah, let's just make this. Let's go back to, let's say, 11 and 11. Let's save this, and we're going to check this one more time. Just be patient, because I want this to look good for you when you play, so you don't get frustrated with with not knowing what's the radius of these explosions. So so will you work on the H page right after? Yeah, I think I'm going to upload the game, like make a build of the game, upload it to itch, and I'm going to end the stream. And while I'm eating something, or just after I just finish the stream, I'm going to be tweaking some things. Maybe change some colors on the page, and maybe put a little bit of a description. But yeah, the game's going to be playable before I end the stream, hopefully. Okay, now I have to check this, and the explosion radius, it's about here. So about there, I'm going to point with my finger on the screen so I can say, and I can see the radius. Yeah, so I have to put this back to 10. And that's our problem solved. Back to 10. Okay, so now I'm going to say here on Notion tasks, particles for enemy states, explosion, yeah. And there's one little problem. We have the particles done, but I haven't actually make that. For example, when you fire the fire projectile and you get to an enemy, you're not going to see it, because I just have the particles, but I'm not activating them or deactivating them. So yeah, maybe I'm just going to do that and then make a testing build. And yeah, I'm going to do this. And if we are not able to complete this and make the testing build, I'm going to just make an empty page on each that you can check later. And I'm going to upload the game after. So I'm just going to, oh, sorry. I'm just going to, I'm going to, yeah, make each page, and I'm going to give you a link so you can see that page. And I'm going to be putting the game when I have it built. So the build is not making any more changes to the game. You're just making the file that you're going to be opening for playing it. So yeah, implementing now. So here I should have on enemies. First, I should have for every enemy. Here, every enemy. So where are my enemies? My enemies are here. Enemy fast, and I'm going to put states particles. That's what we created today. I'm going to save this. I'm going to go really slow. I'm going to states particles again. And sometimes I forget to put my camera back on, because I'm not really used to be changing these scenes and stuff. But as I get more experience, I'm not going to forget as often as I do right now. And yeah, this is not looking good because this collision is the other way around. So I'm going to change this real quick. Yeah, let's change this to. It's understandable. Don't worry if you do it. Okay, but I want to improve, so I will try to make that less often. Okay, so this bot enemy, this box collider is going to be the other way around. So I'm going to just make grab it by the handles here, and put this like this, so it makes more sense with the shape of the with the current shape of this enemy. So yeah, save this. But before saving this, I want to put the states particles here. States particles, drag here. And I have to do one more enemy, I think. No, I think that's all the enemies. And now I want to go to the states particles, and I'm going to add a script. And that's going to be called on scripts, create new script. And later I can order it, but it's we have a pretty good order until this point on development. And I'm going to call this states particles. I'm going to attach this script to this object. And I'm going to open it. So basically here we're going to have 3 game objects here that we are going to be enabling and disabling for our states like fire, stun, poison. And this is going to be called fire state. Then we need another one, so I'm just going to say here copy and paste, and I'm going to call this stun state. I'm going to call this so we have fire, stun, and poison state. And then I want to have a public void, and I'm going to call this activate or set effect or set state. And I'm going to basically make a switch here, and I'm going to ask here for a boolean. So bool value, and I'm going to say switch. And we could do this by indexes, but this time I'm going to make it with words. So I want to pass this string, state name, and a bool. So depending on the state name, let's say case fire, I'm going to do something. I'm going to copy this real quick. Oh, copy, paste, default. Default here. And for the default, I always call an error because it's only going to get here if we misspell something. So this is state name not recognized. And the fire here, I'm going to say, okay, I want to grab the fire state that's set active, and I'm going to say value here. Then for the stun state, basically the same. So stun state, and I'm going to say set active, and I'm going to call this. I'm going to use the value to assign it, and we have one last one, yeah, poison, and let's say here's poison state that's set active value. It would have been so much better with using indexes, like it would be 2 lines of code, but we can change that later. And it's going to work anyway. So now we can call this from an enemy. So when I get an enemy here, well, let's open. First on states particles. Now that we have this, we have to assign this one by one. So fire state, I'm going to assign this fire state, stun state, poison state, or poison states, yeah, here. And yeah, let's save this and go back to our enemy script. Enemy script. We have 22 minutes, 22 minutes left. And okay, this is our enemy. Where should I be using this stuff? So here on here where I'm checking if I'm poisoned, if I'm burning, and if I'm stunned. So if it's stunned false, I want to say here. Oh, first I need to grab that script, so I have to assign it somewhere. Serialize field here. Serialize field private, and what's the type? It's state. Enemy states? No, it's not enemy state. It's states particles and states particles script. And yeah, here on checking if stunned, if it's no longer stunned, I'm going to call this states particle script, and I'm going to say I want to call this function that we wrote here, set state, and I want to say here stun. It's going to equal false. I'm going to copy this line here because basically I'm doing the same for everyone, for every one of this, each of these states. And I'm going to say fire here. Yeah, fire. And here on poison, I'm going to say poison equal false. And this is poison. And I'm going to check where are these variables. For example, all our poisons here. First, our stun timer. And do we have this variable anywhere else? No, this is our stun timer. What I want to get is stunned. So on is stunned, it's equal false. And where do I assign this? Because somewhere I am assigning this to true, and when I assign this to true, I want to also set the state. So here, yeah, stun is true, and I'm going to say here stun, and this time it's equal to true. I'm going back to where I'm saying it's burning, and here I have it, and it's burn. So this is fire. It's fire, and this is true. And one last, yeah, one more. It's the poison one. So let's search for that. It's poison here, and it's here. Yeah. So we have this poison. Poison, and this is going to be equal to true. So now I can check if this is working, and I'm going to go to the turret, or the player, sorry, and I'm going to assign here, because I assigned the projectile explosive to our normal projectile here. So we have projectile explosive duplicated because it wasn't working. The probabilities wasn't working all right, so we just wanted to test the projectile explosive. So now I'm setting the projectile explosive to normal again, and later we are going to, maybe tomorrow, first thing first thing we do tomorrow is fix the probabilities is for projectile spawning. Projectile spawning. And this is a bug. This is programming. Fix. And maybe we can do this. This is going to be the first thing that we'll do tomorrow. Okay, making a testing build. It's going to be, yeah, with the time that we have right now, we have 18 minutes, a little bit less than 18 minutes for this stream. So after I finish this stream, I'm going to create the H page. I'll just leave you the link before I go, so you can go and check the game. But I'm going to take a while. Maybe check back at the H page in an hour or in an hour and a half. So I have some time to make a build of the game and put something on the page. Okay, so the auto turret, everything's working all right. What do we have to try? We have to try to see if these particles are getting activated when I shoot them. Hey, how much percent game is complete? I would say, yeah, we have 70, so we are on a pretty good path of finishing this game in the 10 days. This day 7, but it's already coming to an end on some minutes, but it's all right. Our progress is all right. And here we have a null reference exception, so maybe we didn't set something up. And yeah, we didn't, because we need to go to each one of our enemies and drag these states particles here. State particles, this enemy fast, enemy normal, and we have to drag this here. You can see it because I'm on the way, but it's not important. I'm just dragging that. I'm just dragging some things to the inspector. And let's see, let's save this and try again. Argon says the shooting animation looks cool. Well done. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think it looks good. Like the particles add so much to the games. Like every game I do, the particles are so important. And yeah, you can see there. Like for example, when I'm going to use fire projectiles, that you can see that the enemy's on fire. For example, when I shoot this, you can see that the enemy gets on fire. So yeah, that's kind of working, I think. Yeah, let's just go to our GitHub. And I shouldn't commit this if I haven't, like if I didn't test any, like if I didn't finish testing everything, but I'm going to take the risk today because we didn't have a lot of time left. So what I'm going to do is say, so basically this is the task that we were doing here. Particles for enemy states. Particles for enemy states. Random BCC, hello. Welcome to our stream. We're doing a game in 10 days, and this is day 7. The stream is going to end in 14 minutes. So yeah, we're just finishing here. But we're going to be live tomorrow too, so you can join tomorrow. And yeah, we're doing a game. Basically, you're a turret. I'm going to just show you real quick what we have here. This is day 7. And we have a turret. Some enemies are going to come for you, and you can press space to move to one side. When you release, you're going to fire. And next time you move, you're going to move to the other side. And that's basically it. You have a turret that automatically fires. And you can, when you kill a set amount of enemies, you can upgrade. Basically, this menu is allowing you to upgrade some stats on your turret on the auto turret. Yeah, so this is what we have at this point, and I'm just committing some, making a commit on GitHub. Okay, so let's go back to. I'm going to go back to our notion particles for enemy states. and it's particles for fire, stun, and poison enemy states. So yeah, that's it. Plus explosive particle or explosion particle that shows where the explosion radius ends. Yeah, that's a good description. Commit to main, push to origin, and yeah, let's try to make an H page now. So I'm just going to close all of this. I'm going to open a new page because I had a lot of pages open. And I'm going to create an H page here. Yeah, I'm going to create it here. And yeah, I saved, but thank you for saying that in chat because it's always important to save, and sometimes I forget. So thank you very much. I'm just going to create a new page on each. Yeah, you can see I'm making this on the other monitor because I'm not sure I'm revealing anything that I shouldn't. But I just have my games here hosted on itch, so there's nothing to hide. So title, we don't have a title yet, but game in 10 days is going to be enough for now. Days. And yeah, you can access to this game here on game in 10 days, like romanleco, itch.io, game in 10 days. I'm going to Argon, power up idea, a small drone which deals small damage to enemies when they get close by. I'm going to add that to the ideas, but we are on day 7, so I don't think we are going to have a lot of time to make. We have a lot of the ideas right now. Yeah, so we have a lot of ideas, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to make all of this. Probably not, but we are going to be able to make maybe the things that are on the to-do, and we'll see what we can do later. Because the day after we finish these 10 days of making this game, yeah, when we finish, the day after, the game jam that we are going to be participating, it's not going to start. It's going to start like at 5 p.m. or where I live, so we are not going to be on stream for the first day. Instead, what I think I'm going to make is just add some more things to this game, even though the time is over. We are just going to make a version for what we were able to accomplish in 10 days, and then maybe an update the next day for some other things. Is it day 8 now? No. It's day 7 because it could have been day. Like, yeah, actually, when we started, it's day 8 now. But yesterday I wasn't on stream because I'm taking my Sundays off. So yeah, yesterday we didn't do anything. So that's our day 7. We weren't on stream or doing anything. Okay, so this is downloadable. Release project is complete. No, this is a prototype. A suggested donation. No payments. I don't want to receive donations from you. I wouldn't be comfortable receiving donation for this. This is too incomplete to receive donations. Maybe when we finish it, I'm going to enable this. Description. Play if you want. This is not ready, just for playtesting and sending feedback. Okay, so no genre for now. Comments are enabled. This is a draft. Save and view page. So yeah, that's basically our page is super empty, but I'm going to leave for you a link here. I'm going to write on chat. So this is the page. Play if you want. This is not ready. And yeah, that's what we are doing. So now we have 8 minutes, and it never works the first time. Like the first build never works, but I'm just crossing my fingers that this works the first time. Okay, so build. I think let's just put this on projects. Game dev here, builds. Let's make another folder, game in 10 days. And here, we are building here. Let's see if we have any errors. And no one should be able to see this page on my edge but you, because you have the link. You have to actually search the game with the link. It's not going to be public for anyone else. And as you can see, it failed. The build failed. And here I'm using, yeah, I don't need this. So that's creating an error. What else? Let's just try to build again. Build settings, build on game in 10 days. And select folder. Let's see if this works. Just waiting. Just waiting. I hope it's just built, because otherwise it's going to be an extensive process that we're not going to be able to do in the 6 minutes that we have left in this stream. But it seems that it's okay. It's building it. I just hope it gets finished. We don't have to do anything else. And I can go check. Yeah, I think it's working. So let me just try this. And you should see that here it says Unity project template, because I haven't changed the name of the game. It's just the normal name that I have for the template that I use for my projects. And yeah, this is working. This is all great. It's scaled, so you can play here with space. You don't have anything else but this. Well, you can pause the game and you can quit. Okay, I'm going to make this game in 10 days. I'm going to go WinRAR, add to archive, or add to, yeah, here. And I'm going to upload this to itch. Edit game. And I'm uploading this here, upload files. So yeah, this PC, C, game dev, builds, game in 10 days, open. And all the process of downloading this game is basically you have a RAR, so it's like a zip, it's a compressed file that you have to extract. And I'm going to show you here how you do that. So yeah, when you download this game, there's going to be this file, a file that's .rar, and you press right click, and if you have, you can say extract all here, extract all. Yeah, so yeah, that's basically it. But just in case, yeah, you haven't downloaded these kinds of games before, or you didn't know the process. And I'm going to press I'm going to press this and I'm going to say public, so everyone can see in my page. It's going to look super bad because let's you see. This is what you're going to be seeing in my page. So it's really incompleted and yeah, it looks super bad. But in case that you don't have the link that I just sent you in chat, you can just go to my itch page and it's going to be there. So we are almost done. We have 2 minutes later, 2 minutes left for this stream. So that's it. We're not going to do anything else. Thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure having being here with you in another stream. It doesn't matter if you could join for a minute or an hour. I really appreciate you being here, and see you tomorrow with day 8 of making a game in 10 days. And we're doing pretty good progress, so I think we're going to make it. Bye. See ya.